Were you and Ava together, or was you and Teresa together? How? Explain the dynamics to me.
I can't recall that.
Okay.
I know I was at the gas pump.
Hey guys, hold on just a second. um, we are getting started late. Let me just scooch this back and we'll get started here in a moment. How are you guys doing? It is what, Wednesday? Is today Wednesday? Holy cow. Can't believe it's already Wednesday. And I am, yeah, sound a little froggy. I know. Trying to find where we're gonna start at before we get started. I should have had this better prepared, but you know how it goes, right? How are you guys? How are you? Hi, Henny. Hey, Morgana. Chris. Hey. Can you guys see me and hear me okay? Let me know. And I do sound better today than I did yesterday. Just keep that in mind. Oh my goodness. Let me know if you can see and hear me okay. I'm just trying to find the right spot on here where we're going to start, because I want to scoot past all the stuff and get straight to the opening statements on this trial, but I want to do a little precursor before we get started on this, okay? Hold on. Un momento. Okay, this might be where we need to be. I hope. I'm going to make the screen big here. And, thank you, Henny. Henny says yes and yes. Lisa's seeing here fine. Being sick does stink. I know. Hi, Sherry Jones. So, yeah, I've tested negative for the C-Funk. You know what I'm talking about. I took 2 of those tests. Those were both negative. I've not had any fever. It just started out Friday night with a sore throat before I did the last stream here on this channel. And then over the next couple of days, it was like, kind of like this, like my voice would come and go. But yeah, the voice is done so right now. And I haven't even really coughed. I mean, I don't really have a cough. I'm congested. I can feel, like, but it's mostly just sore throat and like head and a little bit of chest congestion. But anyway, so this case today, I want to say hi to everybody before we get started, though. Thank you, Lee, for coming in and setting everything up. Thank you. And then let me see who else popped in while I was not paying attention. Henny and Steph. Hey, Steph. She says doing chores, so hands are busy, but I'm here. Hey. It's good to see you, girl. I hope you had a good Christmas. Morgana and Chris. Let's see. Sherry. Lee says he's going to be listening, but we'll have to step away. Warm milk with honey before bed. I've been doing a lot of like hot tea with honey. Sherry said, my niece and nephew gave me the crud. I sound like you, Jenny. It's been like that for 2 weeks. So much snot. Oh no. That stinks. That would stink. I might try the warm milk with honey before bed. I might try that. Right now I'm drinking coffee. I got a fresh cup of coffee and like chicken broth. A lot of like chicken broth and stuff. Felt really good on my throat too. But my throat was sore. Like sore. And then the congestion kind of set in. So, but anyway, if I'm not like, but like I said, I'm not had a fever. I haven't been to the doctor yet. I'm one of those that like don't go unless I feel like I have to, you know? So, if I'm not better by the weekend or on the way to getting better, then I'll go. I'll go to the like urgent care or whatever. But anyway, so this case is Georgia versus Teresa Black. This trial snuck up on me. I didn't know that this was coming. And I have heard about this little boy in the past, but I didn't keep up with the story. And then I saw that this was actually, the trial was starting today, and it kind of blew me away. I wasn't even fully awake and like motivated whenever I turned my YouTube on, and I was like, whoa, what? So I was all right, let's go ahead and get this started. But William DaShawn Hamilton, he was like a little 5-6-year-old boy, right? I'm going to share this tab real quick. We're going to go up here and look at this. Let me make sure you're seeing what I'm seeing. And I'm going to share this screen here. So, here we have William Hamilton. William DaShawn Hamilton was a child found. I hate that I sound like this reading this. He was found deceased near a church cemetery in 1999. He received the nickname Dennis from authorities who were working on the case while unidentified. And this handsome little boy. He's so cute. In June of 22, the child was identified. Now, this is 23 years later. The child was identified as William DaShawn Hamilton. Hamilton's mother, Teresa Bailey Black, has been charged with his murder. And it says here the body was skeletonized. The child appeared to have been well cared for and may have been from either Georgia or possibly northern Florida. 1999. So he was found a few months later, but he was not identified until 20-some years later, right? I hope that didn't confuse you. His cause of death was never determined. However, the autopsy report revealed that he had cold medicine in his system. Once he was identified, his mother was indicted for killing him by poisoning him with medication and striking him in the head with an unknown object. And this is so this is his original picture here. Okay? This is the original picture of him. Let me kind of see what you guys are seeing here. So this is him, William DaShawn Hamilton. Okay? Little cutie patootie. And then, because they couldn't identify him, by the time his remains were found, he was already completely skeletonized, right? And so throughout the years, I guess the NCMEC, which is the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, they had an artist that did this composite sketch or drawing of him. Based on features that they could tell throughout with what was with his remains, right? And this is a side view of what they expected. Now, these next ones are like clay sculpture, models that was made. I'm not sure what year these were made, but these were other sketches that were made. And some of these are like, that's a drawing. I don't know what that is. Or that. That's like, what? Looks like a puppet. I don't even know what that is. This is the shirt that he was wearing when he was found in the cemetery. And then we have his little boots, little Timberland boots. Oh, my goodness. And then he had on these red denim pants. So, it's super sad, super sad. But his mother was indicted. She was charged. They've got her trial starting today, and was super shocked to see it come up today. So anyway, I wanted to just introduce that to you guys. Like give you a little quick rundown. I will say that I know a few days ago I ran back and found it, but I saw a few days ago that I don't remember when it was exactly, what day when I watched it. But if you follow Grizzly True Crime, Gazella, I can't never say her name right, but Grizzly True Crime, she did a like full rundown, deep dive into this story. So she's got, if you want to look at that, like the full, like, I don't want to know if I want to call it a documentary, but you know how she does like goes through like thoroughly like timelines and all that kind of thing. So let me put that here, so that you guys can go check that out at your leisure. And see what you think. But it was really interesting. So I will also, if I can remember, I'm going to put that link in the description of this video so you guys that watch the replay and might accidentally miss the chat or aren't watching the chat can find that in the description box as well. But so the trial started today, and I already watched part of it while I was like actually becoming human and like showering and putting on something that make me look like I'm alive. But anyway, I have the trial here started, and we're going to start it at the opening statements. Okay. And I've watched this, but I'm going to watch it with you guys. And if you've already been watching this on another stream, then just, if you want to hang out with us, that's fine. If you are replaying this and you already caught part of it, then you're welcome to fast forward through it if you can. That kind of thing. So, I'm going to have to turn this down. Or put it on Do Not Disturb, silent mode or something. Okay. I need to turn that off. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and start this, you guys, and see, hopefully it's going to be where we need it to be. And, yeah. I might try to do like, speed it up to like 1.25 or 1.5. If it's too fast for you though, let me know and I'll slow it back down. Okay. I just want to make sure everybody can understand what's being said. So, all right.
Good morning, everyone. On February the 26th of 1999, the skeletal remains of a small child were discovered in a wooded area in DeKalb County at the intersection of Clifton Springs and Clifton Church Road. This wooded area was next to a cemetery across the street from a church nearby that location. A gravedigger who was working that day happened to walk into that wooded area to relieve himself and came upon this discovery. He immediately notified the police department, and police responded with crime scene investigators and the medical examiner's office. The scene was secured and processed, and the remains were recovered. You'll hear that the child was lying on top of the pine straw with no apparent effort to conceal his body, but it was in a secluded area of those woods, a place that he went for a period of months without being found. You'll also hear that the child's skull had become detached from his body and was located between 6 and 7 feet away from the rest of the remains. When law enforcement came and processed the scene, they collected the body, they evaluated the earth below the body, they were able to recover some additional bones, teeth, fingers, and most of the skeleton was recovered. That skeleton was then transported to the medical examiner's office, where a death investigation occurred. You're going to hear from the medical examiner that participated and took part in that autopsy back in 1999, the day after the skeleton was recovered. You're going to hear that when they examined the child, he was clothed. He had a pullover style shirt that was plaid, kind of thermal in quality. He had a pair of red jeans and Timberland boots. After the examination, they determined, based on the size of the bones, measurements that were taken from the bones, as well as the size of the clothing and the shoes, that the remains belonged to a boy, roughly 5 to 7 years of age. And that boy had been decomposing for a period of time between 3 to 6 months. That was the estimate of the medical examiner as well as the anthropologist that did the initial investigation. Because the child was so severely decomposed, most of the types of evidence that a medical examiner would traditionally look at to help determine a cause of death was not available. There was very little skin to look for evidence of wounds or trauma. The organs weren't present to evaluate. There was no blood to test. But what was present was a child's skeleton and some tissue around the legs. The skeleton was evaluated, and the only evidence of trauma was a fracture to the right zygomatic area of the skull. That's going to be just under your eye socket. There were no other indications of trauma located on the skeleton. The professionals are going to tell you that they cannot tell you how this fracture occurred. It could be that this fracture occurred after the child's death, while the child was in the woods. It could be a result of carnivorous scavenging animals that may have disrupted the skeleton while the child was out in the woods. That is a possibility. However, you will hear that typically when you see scavenging activity, that's going to be accompanied by teeth marks, scratch marks surrounding the bone as well, and those were not present. You will also hear that this kind of fracture could occur as a result of a traumatic injury while the child was alive, blunt force trauma. That could be from striking a child or from the child being in an injury or an accident, such as a car accident where his face was impacted. But what you'll hear is blunt force trauma in this particular area of a child's skull is not very common. And so it is typically seen in abuse cases or, again, something like a car accident. Given the advanced stage of decomposition, the medical examiner had to harvest some of that muscle tissue around the legs, that skeletal muscle, and they sent it off for toxicological examination. When you send tissue for that kind of examination, you're going to hear that what they're looking for is the presence of both illegal drugs and legal drugs. They're going to be looking for your street drugs such as cocaine, crack, marijuana, things of that nature, as well as over-the-counter and prescription medications. Anything that can help give us any indication what might have been going on with this child. And you will hear that 2 drugs and a metabolite were present in the skeletal muscle of this child's tissue, acetaminophen and diphenhydramine. And the metabolite was a diphenhydramine metabolite. Now, what the professionals are not going to be able to tell you is how much of these medicines this child had. That is not something they're able to tell you based on what was present in the muscle. However, the metabolite is instructive and can tell us that the child was administered the drugs shortly before his death. Those are the only conclusions that the medical examiner's office, in partnership with the toxicologist and the anthropologist, were able to make at the time. And so the child's death was ruled undetermined. That's how his death certificate was filled out. He was listed as a child doe because they didn't know who he was. And that was the findings of the medical examiner's report back in 1999, the day after the skeleton was found. From that point, you're going to hear about the Herculean effort by the medical examiner's office, the DeKalb County.
All right, I had to stop for just a second because when she said child doe, you don't hear that very often, right? I mean, we always hear of John Doe and Jane Doe, but we never hear of, well, I don't want to say never, but we rarely hear of a child doe, right? Yeah, I know, Steph. That's the hard part, and I agree, Lee, about a hard case to prosecute. I'm interested, really, really interested to hear what evidence they do have and, how good it is. But anyway, let's get back to this.
County Police Department to try to identify this child and determine why he ended up in those woods and what may have killed him. You're going to hear about how the neighborhood was scoured and canvassed for any witnesses. They spoke to members of the church. They sent bolos out to nearby area law enforcement. Are there any missing children that match this description, these clothing, this age, this gender, in any of our nearby counties? That information was sent out nationwide in databases that could be accessed by law enforcement all over the country to compare against their missing persons cases. The medical examiner's office worked with the Federal Trade Commission to track down the manufacturers of the child's shirt and pants and boots, and then worked with those manufacturers to try to determine if they could pinpoint where those clothing items were sold. They reached out to the media. There were news stories. The AJC printed articles, all soliciting information about this child who had been found in the woods, giving details about the clothing that he was wearing, anything that they knew about him, and asking the community for help. At one point, even the governor signed a proclamation and issued an order that any tips leading to the identification of this child would be rewarded with a $5,000 reward. And that was published to the community at large as well. But the case went cold. This child was not identified. There were tips, there were leads, they were all explored, and they were all excluded. From that point, the child was packaged and placed in a cabinet at the medical examiner's office, where he was known as a child doe, or Clifton Doe, until the point at which he could be identified. With no family to return his remains to, that little boy's skeleton sat in the medical examiner's office for over 20 years. For over 20 years. It wasn't until a very special person who happened all this time that the DeKalb County Police Department was trying to identify this child, happened to also be searching for him. And it wasn't until she came across an artistic rendering of this little boy that we were able to determine who he was. See, over the years, while William may have been placed in that cabinet at the medical examiner's office, he was not forgotten. Stories continued to be printed. Podcasts were created. There were clay renderings made of what the child might have looked like. Artistic drawings of what the child might have looked like.
Nope, she did not, Sherry. She did not report him missing.
Organizations dedicated to children, missing children, and unidentified deceased children. One of them, known as the National known as NCMEC, actually published one of these renderings that was seen by this woman who knew who the little boy was. And this woman's name is Ava McNeil. Ava McNeil looked for William all those years.
Thank God for
She was
Ava.
a friend of William's mother. She met William's mother back in 1995, and they became very good friends. William was about 3 at the time, and she took a real shine to him. She's going to tell you that William was a bright, sweet child, and that she became very attached to him. She and Teresa spent a lot of time together. They were neighbors, they lived very close by, and at one point they were spending almost every day together. So William was a big part of Ava's life. But she worried about William, because William didn't seem to have a very good life. William seemed to have a tough time. She's going to tell you how Teresa was not very loving towards William. She spoke roughly towards him, that William often appeared dirty and disheveled, that his clothes smelled as if he wasn't being bathed, that his hair was not routinely cut, and that the school even complained about his odor to his family. This was despite the fact that Teresa took care of herself. You'll hear that she often had her hair and makeup done, had her nails done. She had a good job. She was living with her father at the time and his girlfriend, and before that, her mother before she passed away. She had access to resources, but she didn't share them with her son. You're going to hear that Ava would ask to take William out because she felt sorry for him. He didn't seem to ever get to leave the house. He didn't seem to get to play like normal children. But Teresa wouldn't let him. Other people felt sorry for William too and would give clothing and toys to Teresa. But Teresa would just put them in a closet and never give them to William. Ava will even tell you about 2 separate incidents where she observed Teresa become physical with the child in a way that bothered her. On one occasion, the little boy complained about something he was eating, and Teresa slung him into another room and came after him, and Ava had to intervene so the child could run out of the house. In another incident, the little boy wanted to go outside and play, and Teresa wouldn't let him, and when he got upset, she punched him in the chest and called him a punk. This was the life that William Hamilton was living. Ava McNeil reported to NCMEC that this is who that little boy was, that he was the child of Teresa Bailey, and with that information, they went to North Carolina, they investigated, they were able to pull William's birth certificate, they were able to find a little boy from Charlotte, North Carolina, whose parents were Teresa Ann Bailey, now Teresa Black, and his father was William Harris Hamilton. From that point, they went to the father. They found him in Charlotte, North Carolina, interviewed him, and he indicated he did have a son named William, but he had lost contact with him when he was a small child, that his mother had prevented him from seeing him, and so he didn't have a relationship with him anymore. But he had no idea and was completely shocked to learn that a child that was found dead in the woods in DeKalb County could be his son, William. He gave consent to provide a sample of his DNA that was then compared to a sample from the child's remains. And you'll hear that there was evidence of a relationship or support for a relationship, a familial relationship between those remains and Mr. Hamilton, the father. With that information, the case was turned over to DeKalb County law enforcement to follow up on additional leads. It was determined that Teresa needed to be interviewed. She was located at the time living in Arizona. At that point, law enforcement from DeKalb County arranged with the local police department to obtain a search warrant for Teresa's DNA and to try to interview Teresa out in Arizona. That is February the 15th of 2021, excuse me. When they fly out to Arizona to meet with Teresa and bring her into the interview room, she's advised of her rights. She agrees to waive her rights and speak with the officers. And they ask her about where she's lived over the years and if she has any children. Initially, Teresa says nothing about ever living in Georgia and nothing about having a son. She has a 17-year-old daughter that she talks about. They ask if there's any more children, and she says, just my daughter. At that point, the officers ask her about Georgia. And Teresa does admit that, yes, I did spend some time in Georgia. And then pretty quickly, you'll see, because you're going to hear this interview, it was videotaped, you're going to have a chance to see it as well. Pretty quickly, I did have a son. I do have a son. When she begins talking about her son, she initially says that she lost contact with him because she moved to Atlanta with her son, didn't have the means to take care of him, and left him with a friend that she met in Atlanta, and had lost touch with him by the time he was age 7 and hasn't heard from him since. Officers didn't believe that story, and they kept pressing. They challenged it. They said, so you really believe that you have a 30-year-old son alive out there living in Atlanta? She said she did. She did. They show her the artistic rendering of the little boy that was found dead in DeKalb County. They tell her that they believe that William is dead, and they believe she knows something about it. For a while, she keeps up the act. Very surprised, can't believe he's dead, very upset. But finally, Teresa admits that not only does she know that William was dead, but she was with him and he was in her care when he died. She tells officers that she moved to Atlanta looking for a fresh start with William. That initially she was staying in hotels, but her money ran out quickly. And at that point, they were having issues with housing, finding enough to eat. They were sleeping in random parks and places where they could find and eating out of dumpsters. She said that she knew something was wrong with William, but she didn't know what. She thought maybe he wasn't getting enough to eat, so she would get him some more food, but that didn't seem to help. She said he was lethargic, that he didn't want to get up, that he didn't want to talk. The officers, knowing that this cold medicine, this diphenhydramine and acetaminophen, are what are commonly known as Tylenol and Benadryl. And you'll hear that they're found in those nighttime cold medications like Tylenol PM. Officers, knowing that those drugs had been found in William's system, asked Teresa if she ever gave him any cough medicine. She says, no, I might have given him a lozenge, but that was so he had something to eat. She says more than once, I didn't give him any cough syrup. Teresa also indicates that at this time,
What happened here?
says we have lost the signal.
Oh, they have a little bit of technical issues here for just a couple minutes
Wiggle the mouse. Is that what it's
till
showing?
they get it
Wiggle the mouse and check something.
figured out. Let me fast forward it.
Ms. Black indicated that they were wandering around and came across these woods one night, looking for a place to sleep. That she knew something was wrong with William, and she never went to a doctor. She never took him to a hospital or an urgent care center. And that they went to sleep in these woods that she came across one night, and the next morning she woke up and William was dead. She didn't know what to do, so she left him there. You're going to hear that William was withdrawn from school in Charlotte, North Carolina on December the 1st of 1998. So we can narrow the time frame. That's why you heard the date range you did in the indictment, December the 1st of 1998 until February the 26th of 1999. We know that William was taken from Charlotte, North Carolina, somewhere about December the 1st of 1998, and by February the 26th of 1999, he is found dead in those woods, severely decomposed. You'll also hear that in the course of Ms. Black's interview, she admitted that she never enrolled William in school while he was in Georgia. Given the advanced stage of decomposition, you'll hear from experts that William couldn't have been in Atlanta for very long, given the fact that they're estimating that he had been decomposing for about 3 months. So William died shortly after he got to Atlanta. In the context of the relationship that he had with his mother, the way he was being treated, the way his body was hidden in the woods, the fact that Teresa was not honest about giving him medications, this all became very concerning. You're going to hear that while these are over-the-counter substances, diphenhydramine and acetaminophen can be toxic to children. And you have to be very careful in how you administer these drugs to children, and that's why, as I'm sure you all know from your common experience, there are lots of instructions about properly medicating children with these substances. And in fact, in children under 6, it's often not even advised that you give these types of medications without the consult and advice of a doctor. And again, that is because these drugs can be specifically toxic to children, if not.
Like, I'm literally the mom who, like, you know how they say measure twice, cut once, measure 3 times, cut once, you know what I'm saying? Like, I measure and measure and measure and read and read and read and double check, triple check, quadruple check, whatever check, umpteen times to make sure that I have the right ml, you know, make sure it's the right. And the medicine usually even says make sure to use the dosing cup that is provided. You know what I'm saying? I'm very, you know, and the thing about like Benadryl and Tylenol is that even if you did give a little bit too much more, it's not usually deadly. I don't know at what point it does. Obviously, I'm not, a pharmacist or a pharmaceutical whatever. I'm not. But, parents always read the instructions on the medication bottles and follow them to a T. Indeed. Yes. Indeed. Okay. I'm going back. We're going back.
Given in the correct doses, or if used for an improper purpose. You're going to hear that even if a child is given too much of these medications or the wrong amounts, that can be treated. If you go to the hospital, there are ways to treat that. But if it goes untreated, a child can die a very slow and painful death. The symptoms of this sort of toxicity in a child would be nausea, confusion, fatigue, lethargy, the very symptoms Ms. Black described William having in her interview with the police department. You're going to hear from a number of witnesses during the course of this trial who not only are going to tell you about where these remains were recovered, how they were recovered in the area, but they're also going to tell you about Ms. Black, her friends, her life, about William. You're going to hear from a number of medical experts. And I do want to do a little housekeeping. While you're listening to the evidence during the course of the trial, I just want you to be aware that not everything you see in court is going to go back in the jury room with you for your deliberations. And we like to go ahead and point this out here at the beginning just so it's not a surprise. And you can take special note of certain types of evidence while it's up if you have concerns about remembering it later. So for example, the evidence that will be back in the juror room with you for your deliberations is going to be any of the photographs that we tender, any documents or maps, and any of the physical evidence. What cannot go back with you, and this is just by law, there's nothing that we can do about it, are any of the police reports that are discussed, any lab reports or scientific reports. We're not going to have a transcript, as Judge Heydrich told you earlier on, available for you to go back and listen to or read about what witnesses testified to, or any of the audio-video recordings. You won't have them back there that you can just play over and over. But there is a little caveat with any audio or video recordings, and that's if you need to hear something again, if you need to see something again, you can always send a note to the judge. We'll all come back into the courtroom together, and you can listen to it again. And I just like to highlight that for you at the beginning here. So again, if you feel like you need to take certain notes, you'll know what you will and will not have back in the deliberation room with you. Over the course of the trial, it's going to become clear that Teresa Black is responsible for her child's death. After you hear from the witnesses, after you hear the evidence, you'll know that Teresa Black had no connection to this wooded area where she left her son. It wasn't near the strip club where she was working at the time. It wasn't near the Decatur area where she thinks she might have been staying at one point. It wasn't near any shelters or places to seek assistance. Just a residential neighborhood. For someone who recently moved to Atlanta and didn't have a car, it was a significant distance from the area where she was actually staying. And what's going to become clear is that these woods were not some place she just happened upon. They weren't a location where she just decided to lay her head down that night. What these woods were a dump site. These woods were where she chose to dump William's body, to conceal his death, to prevent the discovery of the fact that her child had died in her care, and to prevent the authorities from being able to determine exactly how it was that he died. Over the course of the trial, it will become clear that Teresa Black is responsible, that she took this child away from his home. Ava will tell you she didn't know of anyone that Teresa had in Atlanta, any friends or any family. She questioned Teresa why she was going to Atlanta, and the best she could tell, Teresa wanted a fresh start, but she didn't have anything there. She was leaving a home where William had a place to sleep at night, where William had grandparents on both sides, both his mother's side and his father's side. You'll hear that there was a lengthy period of time where Teresa wasn't in William's life, and that her parents had actually taken care of him for her, with the help of his paternal grandparents, his aunt, and his father. That it was William's father who actually enrolled him in school and was the contact for William. She took him from all these people to go live in Atlanta, even though she had offers to help, offers to take care of William while she stabilized herself, got a place to stay. And when William became sick, because of medications that she was giving him, she didn't take him to the doctor. She didn't take him to the hospital. She didn't get him any help. And as a result, William died what was very likely a very slow and painful death, and was then left to rot in the woods until some random gravedigger happened to go relieve himself in the woods almost 3 months later. This is why Teresa Black has been charged in this indictment with 2 counts of felony murder, 2 counts of cruelty to children, 1 count of aggravated assault, and concealing the death of another. I expect defense counsel is going to stand up before you and say that there's no way that you can know what happened to William. There's no way that the state can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the evidence left behind of his skeleton is just not enough. But remember during the course of this trial that those remains are not the only evidence. You can take into consideration the circumstances of the relationship between William and his mother. You can take into consideration how she was treating William, how she was living with William. You can take into consideration the lies that she told police, the fact that she concealed that she was giving him cough medicine, the fact that she concealed his death. All of that is evidence. You don't get to benefit from the fact that you successfully hid evidence from the police. And that's exactly what the defense is going to ask you to do. Give her the benefit because she did a good job hiding what she did to her son. At the end of this trial, we're going to come back before you and we're going to ask you to render a verdict that is long overdue. Long overdue. For over 20 years, this child went unidentified. A child doe, sitting in a cabinet at the medical examiner's office, waiting to be reunited with his family so that they could properly bury him. It is time to give this child justice. It is time to give his family justice. We're going to ask you to return a verdict of guilty on each and every count. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Melty?
Oh, can you imagine 20-some years that baby has sat waiting. It's so sad.
Timberland boots, double knotted, dressed appropriate for the weather, no cavities. These are the observations of DeKalb County Police and DeKalb County medical examiners when they found William in February of 1999. I'm Sam Welty, my co-counsel is Ryan Bozarth, and we have the privilege of representing Ms. Teresa Black in this case. After all the evidence is presented, it will be clear to you that William was not neglected, he was not abused by his mother. I want to introduce you to Ms. Black. I'm going to call her Teresa. She is 46 years old. She has an 18-year-old daughter that loves her very much. She has a partner who she has lived with for many years, and they all live in Arizona together. She's been with the same company for the past 12 years, and she works very hard there. She's a good employee. Teresa has had a difficult life. She had William when she was 15, 2 weeks after her 15th birthday. When she turned 18, her mother passed away tragically. Now, her mother was her support system. Her mother was part of William's support system. That was a tragic blow to that family, that Teresa's mother passed away when she was only 18 years old with a 3-year-old son. William's father really wasn't in the picture much. He didn't really contribute financially. So it was at that point, when she was 18 in Charlotte, it was Teresa and William fending for themselves. Right around when Teresa turned 21 and William was 6, Teresa lost her job in Charlotte. And she couldn't find work right away. It was tough. Like I said, it was her and William on their own. So she made a decision. And that decision was to move to Atlanta, to seek opportunity, to seek a job, to seek work, so she could support her son, because that was the only choice that she had. Now, she'll tell you herself that that 20-year-old decision, it may have been a naive one. She didn't know people here. She didn't have a job opportunity right away. She didn't know the city well. But that decision was the best decision she knew to make to find work. She thought she was going to find work here. She brought a few $100s with her for hotel rooms, and that's where they stayed for about a week. For about a week, they're in hotel rooms, but that money ran out quickly. And like many families, then and now, they fell into a cycle of homelessness. It was her and William on the street, asking folks for money, asking folks for food. They would take the MARTA bus during the day just to have something to do to stay warm. We're talking the winter of 1998 going into 1999.
Okay, Steph, I just looked it up. Said that Teresa Black is charged with 2 counts of felony murder, 2 counts of cruelty to children, aggravated assault, and concealing the death of another. Those are her charges.
This was tough, but she was doing her best with what she had. They could stay in shelter sometimes, but as I'm sure you understand, shelters fill up. That was not an option for them. So what they would do, once they got a better landscape of the city, they got to know the MARTA bus route well. And they would find quiet places to sleep, not near bus stops. They'd get off at a bus stop, walk a little ways to a quiet area where William would be safe, and it would be quiet, and they wouldn't be disturbed. Now, this went on for a few weeks, maybe a month. They're struggling, but they're making it. She is working towards her goal of getting a stable job, trying to get an ID in Atlanta. One day, like many kids do, William got sick. Now, at the time, and you got to put this in perspective, Teresa had been raising William. She knew him well. She knew that he would get sick sometimes, like many parents know that their kids get sick. They get snotty nose about every 2 weeks, it seems. This was not out of the norm for William and for a regular parent. So she gave him some medicine, like any prudent parent would do. She gave him some medicine. They took the MARTA bus, and they ended up in Decatur. They got off the bus and walked to a quiet, wooded area. What the state would call the incident location. This is near Clifton Springs Road, right across from a church, a safe, a quiet place where they can get some sleep and some peace so they can get up in the morning and continue to survive. So that night, Teresa puts William to bed. She says, "I love you." And she kisses him goodnight, and they go to sleep together, alone. Teresa wakes up in the morning. The sun is out, and she shakes William to try to get him up, like she's done hundreds of times, like parents do, wake their kids up. William didn't wake up. She shook him again. "William, wake up. We gotta go. We gotta get some food. Start our day." William did not wake up. As I'm sure you can understand, this is every parent's worst nightmare. She panicked, but she didn't leave right away. She paced around. After a few minutes later, she tried to wake him again, but it became clear to her that he was not getting up and he was not breathing. So for the next day, she laid with him. She stayed there with him and hoped for a miracle that his eyes would open and he would get up and they would start the day, but that never happened. And at that point, Teresa had a huge decision to make, and she will tell you herself that it was the wrong decision. What she did was leave William there in his Timberland boots, double knotted, with his thermal jacket and his pants, and she walked away. But like the detective who interviewed her is going to say, and you're going to hear from directly, that is not murder.
Okay, that's all I need to hear. I'm like, okay, just done deal. We're done. She's guilty. Throw away the key. You do anything. I don't believe that you're laying there with your child. I mean, don't get me wrong. I understand things happen, right? As far as like we're, sometimes things do not seem like for people who are not connected to reality, right? Okay. But if you're laying there and you wake up and you notice your child is not moving or answering you or whatever, I mean, do most people not go into full on freak out, shaking them, screaming, "Ah!" for help, you know? I don't know. I don't get that. I don't get it. I don't get it. And then to just up and say she made the wrong decision and just up and walk away. Okay. All right. I'm sorry.
That is not murder. Speaking of that interview, the state is correct. She did not tell the truth right away. She hadn't told anybody this for years. For 20 years, this guilt was inside of her. These people are strangers. Of course she's not going to tell them right away. But ultimately, in that interview room, she tells them the truth. And she cries. And she tells them what happened. She tells them the truth that lines up with the physical evidence. She tells them the truth that lines up with her and William's life together. She tells them the truth, and she'll tell you the truth that lines up with the experts in this case that you're going to hear from. So I want to talk about the science and the experts in this case because it's going to be a very important part. But before I do that, I want to give you a disclaimer that these pictures, some that you've already seen, are not going to be easy to look at. We're dealing with a young human boy that people loved. But the fact of the matter is that his mother, Miss Black, Teresa, is on trial for his murder, okay? So as callous as it may seem sometimes when we're looking at his bones and we're looking at his skeleton, please, and I'm sure you will, remember that he is a human boy that people loved. But we have to know, and we have to look into the science. We have to look into his body. We have to look into how it was found. And that's why we picked you. We picked you as jurors because we know that those emotions are going to be natural. But you're going to look at the evidence as it is and set aside those emotions. As I said, the science and the experts are crucial in this case. For one reason, because it's so long ago. Some very important things were discovered when Dr. Gowett, who was the medical examiner in DeKalb in 1999, he is the medical examiner in DeKalb in 2024. He uncovered some very important things, and we have an expert as well who is a medical examiner who also came to some very important conclusions that I want to highlight for you. As it pertains to the skeletal muscle that they found of Williams, the state's correct. No conclusions, these medical examiners will tell you no conclusions can be drawn from that skeletal muscle. No conclusions can be drawn about how much was in his system. They can tell you it was in his system. They can tell you it was near his death. They cannot tell you how much, and they will not, because it's not scientifically possible to. You're also going to hear from the original toxicologist in this case. His name is Dr. George Jackson. He's a leader in his field. He's going to confirm to you, you cannot derive a concentration of a drug from the skeletal muscle. The state's theory in this case is undermined by science. The state's theory in this case is undermined by their own experts. These experts cannot show you and will not show you lethal levels of cough medicine in Williams' system. You're also going to hear that there was a broken bone in Williams' face. It's called the zygomatic arch. And you've already seen pictures of how they found Williams' body. At the time, in 2013, when they looked at this case again, when different experts, anthropologists looked at this case again, and in 2023, when they looked at this case again, their conclusion from the medical examiners, from the anthropologists, is this. That injury to his zygomatic arch is likely the result of post-mortem animal scavenging. And you've seen some of the pictures yourself. That scene was not perfectly preserved. His body was not peacefully lying there, as sad as that is. So it's clear, and the experts are going to tell you, that that was their conclusion.
Okay, and here, I mean, I thought that they said that it was like blunt force trauma to the bone. So animal scavenging, however you say that, wouldn't cause a blunt force, right? Trauma. I don't. mean, there's a difference in, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think that sounds not the same thing.
See where things are at the scene. Look closely. Like I said, I know these pictures aren't going to be easy to look at. Use your common sense. Listen to what the experts say. These are experts. They are scientists. They are independent. They are neutral. Listen to them. You're also going to hear from people that knew Teresa and knew William at this time in the 1990s in Charlotte. And some of them are not going to have good things to say about Teresa. There are a couple things, though, that I want you to remember and keep in the back of your mind when they come up and testify. Number one, listen to see if they told anybody in any position of authority about Teresa and William that she was abusing him, that she was a bad mom in the 1998, 1999, 2000, whenever. You're not going to get DFACS records. You're not going to get police reports from this time that say this woman is hitting her son and he should be taken out of the home. You're not going to get those kinds of records. You're going to hear about other records in this case. You're going to hear about witness statements. You're going to see photographs. You're going to see police reports from the DeKalb County Police Department with it, because records are important in any criminal case, but especially in a case that is 25 years old. So the absence of those records, any records of abuse between William and Teresa, speaks volumes in a case like this. I also want you to pay attention and keep in the back of your mind how these people feel about Teresa in the year 2024. And how this case, this indictment, and the media coverage has affected their perception of her, how it's affected their memories. They're looking at Teresa, they're looking at this case in a 2024 lens. They cannot take those glasses off and look at this case through a 1998 or a 1999 lens. They cannot do it. So 2 questions that you can please remember when these folks testify. Can they really, truly remember these details and events from the 90s? And did they ever say or report anything to any person of authority that could have done something? Make a report. The answer to both of those questions is no. There are no reports because there's no record of abuse, because abuse did not happen. Finally, I want to talk to you about the state's investigation. In 2021, they started out with a conclusion. It's a false conclusion, but they started out with a conclusion. And that conclusion was that Teresa caused the death of William. And as I'm sure you'll notice, that investigation, it worked backwards. What facts can we find that fit that narrative? And we're going to disregard the rest. We're going to disregard what the science says. We're going to disregard what the expert says. We're going to disregard some of Teresa's story, but we're going to believe some of it. We're going to cherry pick what we believe and what matches our narrative. And we're going to go with that. And we're going to put that in the indictment. Your job as jurors is to hold the state to the correct standard. They must prove each element, each material element of each count in this indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. As crazy as it sounds, the words in that indictment are all that matter. You might feel the urge, the absolutely human urge, to judge the actions of Teresa at this time in the 90s. That if you were there, you personally would have done it differently. That she could have gone to somewhere to find housing, she could have gone to police, she could have done this or she could have done that, okay? All of that can be true, and she can still not be guilty of these charges as indicted. She did not kill her son. She did not cause the death of her son. She did not cause the death of her son by giving him too much medication. She did not cause his death by not seeking medical help. She did not hit him in the face and cause that broken bone. Most importantly, the state cannot show you that she did. Now, Mr. Bozarth is going to talk to you more about this at the end of trial, but I want to introduce the thought to you, and I want you to keep it in your mind as you hear these witnesses. The burden of proof is only on the state of Georgia. It is their burden to you to show to you, beyond a reasonable doubt, each element of each count in this indictment. And at the end of this trial, at the end of their evidence, at the end of their version of events, they simply will have not met that burden. Teresa was a young single mother in 1998. She fell on hard times. She and William became homeless and in a cycle of homelessness. And William tragically passed away. Teresa will tell you herself that she made a mistake, a huge mistake, by walking away. She'll tell you she's not perfect. But she did not hurt William, and the state cannot show you that she did. Timberland boots, double knotted, dressed appropriate for the weather, no cavities. This is not the body of a neglected child. This is not the body of an abused child.
I thank you. I let's call your first witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Eva McNeil.
Okay, so Ava, this first witness, is the best friend of the mom, Teresa Black, that is on trial, or was the best friend. And she's also the one that called in the tip when he was found.
My name is Ava McNeil, first name ABA, last name McNeil, BCB, Ohio.
Okay, I'm going to slow it down because she's talking
Please
fast.
tell the jury where it is that you live.
Charlotte, North Carolina.
And how long have you lived in Charlotte?
I've been in Charlotte, I've been back in Charlotte now 12 years.
And if you don't mind me asking, will you tell the jury how old you are?
I'm 50 years old.
Did you live in Charlotte back in 95 through 99?
Yes,
And did you know a woman named Teresa Ann Bailey?
yes.
I want you to take a moment to look around in the courtroom. Do you see the person that you knew as Teresa Ann Bailey in the courtroom? If you could, please identify what that person is wearing. And where's that person seated? When you say right there, just for the record, if you could describe.
She has in the middle of those two men right there.
Your Honor, I believe the witness has identified the defendant.
Any objection? All right.
What was your relationship to Teresa?
It's my best friend,
When did you meet Teresa?
grandfather.
Can you tell the jury how you and Teresa met?
We were passing in our neighborhood, and William was bouncing, walking, and I saw him and I said, "Hi, handsome," and he said, "Hi, beautiful," and she looked over at him like she was shocked he said something, and I was surprised he said that also. And me and her struck up a conversation, and we went from there.
You said that was in 1995?
Yes,
And do you recall about how old William would have been in 95?
about 4 years old.
Did you call Teresa Teresa, or did you have any nicknames for her?
Called Teresa, Shorty, Reed.
Tell the jury what William was like.
He was fun. He was smart, very smart. To be a 4-year-old, he was a 4-year-old that could read an encyclopedia. Had never been to school before. He was funny. He liked trucks. He just was fun. He was a fun kid.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
Showing you state's exhibits 1 through 3. You would take a moment to look at each exhibit.
So, yeah.
you recognize exhibits 1, 2, and 3?
Yes.
Starting with exhibit 1, how do you recognize this exhibit? That's a picture of William in kindergarten.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And does that picture fairly and accurately depict what William looked like?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tenders exhibit 1 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Submitted.
I know
Exhibit 2,
she
how do you recognize it?
was crazy over him.
Change the color.
And is that the house that Teresa and William lived in? And is it fairly and accurately depicted in that photograph aside from being a different color? Your Honor, the state tenders exhibit 2 into evidence.
Excuse me, any objection? Okay, thank you, it's submitted.
Then exhibit 3, do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, this is for both these students.
And does the photograph of that residence fairly and accurately depict Ms. Tina's residence? Your Honor, the state tenders exhibit 3 and 2.
Are you not connected? It doesn't look like. You have to reconnect.
I just unplugged and plugged it back in, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah, you would think that she was talking about her own child, you know? Mm-mm-mm. Okay. See you soon, Chris.
Sharon, is that yours?
Yeah, Your Honor.
System is right when it works.
There she is. That's mom.
It's just a signal.
Have a hard time calling her that.
All right, just hang tight. I don't know. Reconnect, take out the plug, unplug and recharge.
Yes, Your Honor.
Which is my favorite way. What you should do is unplug, get up on your screen, whatever it is you want to show, and then replug it in.
Yes, Your Honor, there's an issue with it extending the display, and so that's why you're seeing a blue screen.
Now I'm seeing something that says no signal.
We just wanted to fix that issue first.
Well, okay.
Lots of technical issues, apparently.
Now I'm seeing a blue screen.
Oh, Sherry, this lady, her name is Ava. AVA, the lady here on the stand. She is a friend of Teresa Black, the lady, the woman on trial here. So she was friends with Teresa Black back at the time that this happened, and a few years before William turned up missing. But yeah, so. And hey Gail. Hi, welcome. All right, we'll get back to it because we're behind and I'm just trying to catch up.
You're getting high speed now. Do you have what you want to show on your screen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Try to unplug and replug and see if that.
Hi, Dawn.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
Look at that sweet, sweet baby. Look at that sweet baby.
Sorry about that, Ms. McNeil. So you indicated that Exhibit 1, currently on display in front of you and behind you as well, that's William, from when he was in kindergarten.
Make sure you answer yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, when William and, when you last saw William, was he in kindergarten?
No,
How old was he?
6, he was in the first grade.
So from 1995, when you met William and his mother Teresa, until he was in the first grade, how long would you say that was that you knew them?
About 4 years.
And how frequently did you spend time with Teresa and William?
Every day.
Where was Teresa living?
On Beach Nut Road.
Showing you Exhibit 2.
That house.
And who was she living there with?
Her father.
In 1995, when you first met her, who all was living in the house?
Her father, herself, and William.
And then when, over the years, did anyone else live there?
She had a boyfriend that came and stayed maybe somewhere between 4 months and 8 months.
Did her father ever have a girlfriend, or did you
Yes.
ever meet Teresa's mother?
Never met her mother. Her father had a girlfriend at the time.
And did her father's girlfriend ever stay in the house?
Hey, Joanna. Feel a little bit better? Not 100%
Was
though.
Teresa working?
Yes.
What did Teresa do?
She worked for a uniform service named Airmark.
Was she working there when you last saw her?
Good to see you though, sweet
Are
JoJo.
you aware of her losing that job?
Hojo.
No,
Did Teresa ever tell you she lost her job?
no.
Did you have any other indications from the community about whether Teresa may or may not have lost her job? Did you know people that worked with Teresa? When Teresa left, did they ask where Teresa was?
Yes.
Did Teresa help her father with the expenses at that house?
Yes.
And what was their situation financially?
Good.
Did Teresa have enough money to buy groceries?
Judge, speculation.
Why don't you establish the foundation? What's the sustained objection?
Your Honor, the witness has already testified that she knew Teresa for 4 years and spent almost every day with her.
Well, ask
that
her-
She was employed.
All right, so ask her if she's what her familiarity is with their financial circumstances.
And Ms. McNeil, did you have the opportunity to observe Teresa and her spending habits?
Yes.
Did you and Teresa discuss her obligations and her spending?
Yes.
And did Teresa have money for groceries?
Yes.
Did Teresa have fun money?
Yes.
Did you and Teresa ever go out?
Yes.
What kinds of things would you and Teresa do?
At the time, we were both young, so we smoked weed.
Would you go out for out to
No,
bars,
no,
restaurants,
no.
things like that?
No.
Did you ever buy alcohol and have drinks together at the house?
We smoked weed. She bought alcohol. She drank. I didn't.
What was Teresa, how was Teresa with her appearance?
She kept herself up.
Did Teresa have the ability to buy herself clothes?
Yes.
Did she look nice?
Yes.
Did Teresa ever get her hair done?
No.
Did she ever get her nails done?
Yes.
Did Teresa have a car?
No.
Did Teresa have access to a car?
No.
What was Teresa's relationship with William like?
Standoffish. Like, I don't know, like maybe she didn't really want to be bothered.
How would Teresa communicate with William?
In a detached way.
Did you have any observations about William or his appearance that caused you any concern?
Yes.
What did you observe?
She didn't like to keep his haircut. He wasn't regularly bathed. He did have nice clothes.
You indicated that he wasn't regularly bathed. How could you tell?
Because I bathed him. And the water would be muddy.
Were there any other indications? Did he ever smell?
Yes, the school had notified us that his shoes had a bad odor and he was smelling and there was an issue.
How was Teresa with allowing William to play and hang out with friends and other people?
She didn't really.
She what?
She didn't allow it.
I don't know if you've noticed this or not. I'm just going to stop and mention this. I don't pay attention if you haven't yet. You see her look at Teresa like in the eyeballs. You can feel it. You can see when she's looking at Teresa, you can tell by her, Ava's facial expression, that she's locked eyes with Teresa. It's like she's talking straight to her soul. You know what I mean? Anyway, okay. See you soon, Joanna. If you leave, catch up and then come back. But this is only the first witness, so you don't have a lot to catch up on. Oh, hold on. Trying to navigate these earbuds. My headphones are over there. I didn't plug them in yet.
Really, I kind of overstepped her boundaries as a mom and did certain things. Like, make sure you went trick-or-treating. Would say we would walk to the store so we would have a chance to play with his little friend car because she didn't allow it to wreck her.
Did you or anyone else ever give things to Teresa for William?
Yes.
What would she be given?
Gold, Christmas, Halloween, birthday, everything that you would do for a child. The people, the guys, the girls that lived in our neighborhood, all of us hung out together. We all did things. Got his haircut, bought stuff for Christmas, birthday, come over birthday, have a party. We would play with him in the yard. I would go trick-or-treating for him when she didn't allow me to go. I would go. I would take up money and we would all buy big bag of candy from the corner store, like maybe $150, but everybody give me $3, $5, $2 to get up to like $150. Go to the store, buy 2 big bags of candy for him for Halloween because she wouldn't allow me to go trick-or-treating.
Did she ever withhold any of these gifts from William that people were giving to her?
Yes.
Did she tell you why?
No. I question her. It just would be, oh, I'm not worried about that. He doesn't need that. It was just more or less downplayed.
Did you ever meet William's father?
Yes.
About how many times did you have an opportunity to meet him?
Twice.
Was that while William was alive?
The first time, yes.
So only once while William was alive?
And once after.
Did you know if William got to see his dad?
The first time I met William's dad was William's dad and the grandmother and another lady that came in, and they were supposed to have him back. I can't remember if it was 7:15 or 7:30, but they were like 15 minutes late. And she was adamant when they came in the door that they wouldn't get to see him here because they didn't have him back on time.
When you say she, who are you referring to?
Teresa.
Again, this is because they were late returning William
Yes,
by about how long?
15 minutes.
And after that incident, did you ever see any of them again?
No. I saw the dad, one time after that. But it was after,
We'll get to that a little bit later. Did you ever observe any physical abuse between or from Teresa with William?
you know, nothing that would warrant you to think that she would hurt him, no.
Did you ever observe her being physical with him?
Yes.
How many times? Tell me about the first incident.
The first incident, he was in the kitchen and she had cooked something. I don't know what it was she had cooked, but I guess it wasn't to his taste buds or something, and he made a comment about it, and she kind of shoved him in the chest, but nothing it didn't hurt him. The next time was, he was wanting to go out, it was a pretty day, and that day, she pushed him in the chair, and he didn't. But that didn't hurt anybody else.
Did you feel the need to intervene?
I did, just because I knew he wanted to go outside, and I knew she didn't allow him to go. So that day, I just kind of grabbed him and ran out the door, and we just made a joke of it, that it was no big deal. And me and ran around in the backyard for maybe like 15 minutes or 20 minutes or so, right back in the house.
Do you recall when you learned that Teresa was planning to leave North Carolina?
The day before she left, well, the night before she left, we were best friends, we hung out, we was together every day from the morning we met, so, we were just talking and smoking, and she said, I'm moving tomorrow. I was like, girl, what's out of town? We moving on. She was like, I'm moving to Georgia. I was like, hey, we moving to Georgia. You don't know nobody down there. So we kind of both laughed it off. And I went on out to the club, and she stayed to the house. Well, the next morning, something kicked in, like, get up, she get ready to leave for real. And when I ran around to her house, she was leaving.
Do you recall approximately what month or year that was? I know it's been a long time.
It was before school was out. School was out, and it was before his birthday. That's for sure.
And do you remember when William's birthday was?
June 22nd.
Now, you indicated she didn't know anyone in Atlanta. Had Teresa ever talked about friends or family in Atlanta?
No. I just recalled one person.
And the one person, who was that to Teresa?
That was a man she met named Mike that she had met a year prior. I remember it was a big dark-skinned guy that drove a red, I can't remember if it was red or black, Mitsubishi GT. I remember her saying that he was from Atlanta, Georgia, or somewhere in Georgia.
And you said a year prior, is that a year prior to her moving?
Yes.
Did she give you any indication that she was moving to be with Mike?
No, from our conversation, it was as though after her and Mike spent those couple of days together, she never spoke of him after that, so I had no reason to think that's what she would be doing.
You said you went out to the club and Teresa stayed home, and the next morning you kind of wanted to go back over there and see what was going on.
One night, I don't know, I was asleep and something just woke me up, like, get around there, like, she get ready to go right now. And when I ran around there, she was actually ready to get ready to go.
Before you saw her packing up to go, did you believe she was moving to Atlanta?
No,
Why not?
we were best friends. we were together every day from sometime in the mornings before we went to work, we got together.
Hey, Tammy, I didn't see you pop in. Hey.
Work together until we decided to part because the night either she was having company or I was having company or we just was spending time together and it was just the end of the night for us.
Did William have anyone else in his life that helped take care of him, aside from his mother?
No.
Did he ever go to daycare?
Yes, Miss Tina would be in something.
And was William the only child Miss Tina looked after?
No.
Showing you Exhibit 3. What are we looking at here?
The house we would go to.
Is that for daycare?
Yes. Or after school care. Yeah.
Do you know who paid Tina?
Teresa.
So you get there the morning that Teresa's packing up. What do you see? What's Teresa doing?
When I in the corner of the house, she is already putting a gopher bag in the back of the Jeep. So I just sprayed William's name, William. And he turned around and saw me, he came running, and I ran to him, and we saw each other. And I said, you see me, baby? He said, yes, and I kept saying my name. April McNeil. And he kept saying, William DaShawn Hamilton, William DaShawn Hamilton. I said, don't you ever forget me. And he said, I won't. So he kept saying my name. April McNeil. Okay, I got it.
Did you speak to his mother as well?
Yes, she's like, oh, hey, this gonna be fine. I'm going down to his grandparents' house. They already have me a job. I just want a fresh start. But I still took it upon myself to question her because we were friends. And I knew that she was a very private person. So I questioned her, like, because her dad had moved out. So I asked her, is it too much? Do you need a break? It's summer. I'll watch you. You can go get it together. I bring him down. Can I go with you? She talked as though she had already had a plan with the grandparents. Everything was fine. She had a job. She would call me. I would be coming down to visit soon.
You indicated that her dad had moved out. Which,
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
and is that the house in Exhibit 2 at Beach Nut?
Yes, he moved me out.
How long before Teresa left, had her father moved out of the house?
No. Maybe. I want to say under 45 days.
And where, do you know where her father moved?
He went to North Carolina.
Did Teresa have any other family, any siblings?
She had brothers.
How many brothers?
2 down
Did you meet the brothers?
once, briefly.
And you said that Teresa's father had moved out. Was Teresa needing to leave because she couldn't afford the house? Did she tell you?
No, she didn't.
And do you know what happened to the house after Teresa left?
She gave me the keys and then she told me I could have it. But I thought she'd come back, so I didn't go back there for like maybe a month and a half. And after a month and a half, I went and looked around, and I just figured she gave me the keys because she would return for going on to the 4th month for a note to be put on the door stating that that was the last month that she was allowed to stay because the rent was paid up for 4 months.
So is that 4 months after Teresa left, the rent was paid up?
Yes.
Did you say Teresa left belongings there?
Yes.
What sort of belongings were in the house?
The whole house. Just like you go Kmart, Walmart, and buy new things, and you come home, and you put them in your new duffel bag you bought, and you turn the key and lock the door and just leave.
Furniture?
Furniture, clothes, silverware, memorabilia, just a whole house. The candy from Halloween the year before, not up in the closet, they had clumped together.
When you came back after the 4 months were up and the notice was on the door, did you do anything with the belongings?
I took the furniture.
Now, you mentioned when you arrived that morning that Teresa left, that she was putting her duffel bag into a Jeep. Whose Jeep was that?
Miles.
Who's Miles?
He was a friend guy that she had met party.
And was Miles going with Teresa to Atlanta?
No, he was giving her a ride.
Do you know where he was giving her a ride?
To the bus station.
Bus station, train station,
Bus station.
You indicated that you and William said goodbye to each other and had this kind of intimate moment where you were remembering each other's faces. Did you have an opportunity to notice what clothing he was wearing that day?
Clothes was found
And what type of clothing was that?
like a hoodie shirt and some jeans and some hiking timber boots.
When Teresa, you were talking about her getting a fresh start, did she tell you what type of job she had lined up?
No, she just stated that, William's dad, grandparents lived here in Georgia, and she had spoke with them. And the granddad, someone he was attached to, had lined up a job for her, and that she would be starting that Monday.
Did you have any concerns about Teresa and William leaving in that manner?
Yes.
Why did you have concerns?
Because I thought that was my best friend, and we talked about everything every day. So for you to say that you were moving the night before and make it a joke instead of telling me that you really actually were moving, so yeah, it brings the red flag for me. So I questioned her that day to see where exactly she was going and the reasons why.
How did you feel about Teresa leaving with William?
No, like, I didn't want her to go. I didn't want to see him go, but at the same time, if she was saying she was going somewhere to start over fresh, I was happy and excited for her to do that because I saw myself following behind her.
Did you think you might meet up with her eventually?
Yes, that's what I thought. We were already speaking like within the next month.
Did you offer to let William stay with you while she got on her feet?
Yes.
What did you tell her?
That's when I questioned her about her reasons for leaving just like that. I asked her, was she tired of being alone? Did she need a break? Was she wanting to start over? Was it someone there she was interested in? She said no to all the above. I even asked her, could I keep William until she got things situated? I asked her, did she not want to be a mom anymore? If she did any of that, did she want to stay in Charlotte, or could I get him? And did she want us to move out of town? Or did she want us to stay in town and she moved out of town? And she just kind of made a joke, like, girl, I'm not giving you my baby. And I was like, okay now, just know I got your bag. And she was like, I know, we fine, we're going down here, I'm gonna call you. You come and visit us. So that's how we left off. I thought we'd be coming to visit.
And did Teresa call you when she got to Atlanta?
She called me sometime later, like it was over, I'm gonna say it was over a week later when she finally reached out.
And what did she say when she called you?
When she reached out, she was under the influence and sounded like she was on a phone booth because a lot of change was dropping. And I asked her where William was. And she said, he's in one with my friends. And I said, you don't have any bad friends there. Go back in there with my baby and call me. And when the door shut, should nobody be in there but you and him. And I didn't hear from her again.
How did you feel after that phone call?
Weary for her and for him because they were both out of state.
Wow, wow, wow. Tough.
You indicated that you asked her to put William on the phone. What did she say?
He was in the room with her friends.
And was she willing to go get him?
No, she was under the influence. I I've been a friend for 4 years. I know how she sounds when she's feeling, so to speak. So I knew, and once I heard all the change dropping, sound like maybe $10 worth of change dropping in the phone book that she had to pick up, so I was just screaming in the phone. Excuse me, but these were my exact words. Fuck the change, get in there with our baby, get back to that room. And that was the last conversation we had.
Did she respond to that, or did she just sort of wander off?
Wandered off.
And you indicated that was the last time, the only time she called you from Atlanta. Did you ever see Teresa again?
She came back December 98, a couple of days before New Year's. She arrived at my house around, say about something 12 at night. I remember we were watching Showtime at the Apollo that night. Me and my boyfriend at the time, she actually called my mom for my mom to come and pick her up from the bus station.
And you remember that as being 1998?
Yes, 98, December 98.
If William was withdrawn from school in December of 1998, would that change your opinion of when that might have been?
Mm-hmm.
What was that?
If he was,
If he was withdrawn from the first grade in December of
Judge,
1998?
objection. This witness can't testify as to his record in school.
And-
And
Okay.
that hasn't been admitted for this witness.
All right, overrule the objection. That wasn't what she was asking. Go ahead, ask the question.
And if you were to learn that William had been withdrawn from school at December 1st, 1998, would that change your opinion of when Teresa came back from
No.
Atlanta?
no,
So she left when William was in kindergarten
she left when William was going to the first grade.
and came back a year after that?
No. When she left June 98. She came back December 98.
And then how long was she there for in December of 98?
She stayed in my house for a week.
Why did she come back?
She said she came back to do her taxes, get her paperwork for her taxes, and she was to return back to Georgia.
Did she have William with her?
No,
Did you ask about William?
yes.
What did she say, or where did she say William was?
First she said she didn't bring him because she did not want him. She didn't have time she had too much runaround to do, so she didn't want to bring him in. She didn't plan on staying home. That's what she said the night she arrived. The next day, I told her I had free long distance that we could call. Then she said he was with friends of hers. She didn't call. The next day, she said that he was with the grandparents. The grandparents were older. She didn't want to call because she didn't want him lying about her rushing back. The next day, he's in the hospital with pneumonia, but she didn't want to tell me because she didn't want me to get upset. But she couldn't call the hospital. So then that's when I told her if you could tell me, she could tell me where he was, that she couldn't stay. And she left.
Did you ever see her again?
Yes.
When did you see her next?
The next time I ran across her, she was going in a convenience store. I was going in, she was coming out. So I backed out and I approached her and I kind of held her hands. We okay? And I asked her, Teresa, tell me where our baby is, what's going on? Because if you don't, I'm never gonna stop looking like the Lord needs. And I told her, I'm your friend. If you've done anything or anything happened, tell me. I won't turn you in because I know God will bring it. God will get justice. That's what I told her. And she just snatched away from me and she said, what? You think I killed him? And I said, I don't know, bitch. And I cried. And I separate ways.
How long after she came home to do her taxes do you think you saw her at the convenience store?
That was probably summer. So that was the summer of 99.
Did you ever see her again after the convenience store?
Yes, I was on her. So yes, I constantly saw her and she would come to my house still. she came to stay with me, wanted them to stay with me again.
Did you let her?
Couldn't.
Did you ever see William's father?
Yes.
And what was that interaction? How did you run into William's father?
I was riding up the street in Charlotte. It's Bradford Drive. I was riding up Bradford Drive and had the music blaring loud. So I was about 7 months pregnant. And when I looked in the rearview, I could see people running in the yard waving like, stop, stop. And I'm looking back and I'm like, I don't know any of these people. But as I kept going, it was like everybody was just stop, stop. So I backed up and they all was pointing back. And it was William's dad. And he was like, where's my son?
Judge, objection to hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, a question is not hearsay. It's not a declarative statement. It's not assertive conduct. Questions are not hearsay.
Oh, because he asked a question?
He asked a
He asked
question.
me.
He asked a question.
Response to that?
Just a continuing objection to hearsay.
Okay. All right, I'll allow it. Overrule the objection.
So William's father asks you, where is his son?
Correct.
And what do you say?
He's with your grandparents.
And what happens then?
He grabbed the door of my car and he said, no.
Hearsay, Judge, objection to hearsay.
Well, she didn't say anything as far as what he said. She was explaining what she observed.
And I'm just getting in front of it because I
Okay.
feel that she's about to.
All right.
And-
Ms. Mutter?
You indicated, and I'll build some more foundation.
Okay.
You indicated William's father grabbed your door. Did he seem upset?
Yes,
Did he seem excited?
upset.
And did he say something while he was upset in response to you?
Yes.
Your Honor, this is an excited utterance. What did he
Okay,
say?
hold on. Mr. Welty?
A continuing objection to hearsay, Judge.
All right. Is the father going to be testifying?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll allow it. Go ahead. As an excited utterance.
What did he say after you said he's with your grandparents?
He said my grandparents are dead. They have been dead since I was 9.
How did you feel learning that?
Horrible, sad, scared.
How close
Hey, Kel.
to where you and
Hey,
his
hey, hey,
parents
Happy
lived
New
was
Year to you,
William's
doll.
father?
Like maybe 12 minutes away in the car.
And you said you were 7 months pregnant at the
Mhm.
time. Based on that, approximately what month and year would you have run into William?
April
Of what year?
99.
Did you
April, this is April 2000.
did you ever report your concerns to the police?
Yes.
And who did you report them to?
I didn't know what to do, so I called 911 and said it was a disturbance outside my house. And when they arrived, I asked them to make her tell them where he was. But they stated to me that I wasn't a custodial parent. I had no leeway. They couldn't-
He was found in a cemetery, Joanna, but not buried. He was just laying
as to what they-
on the ground.
Did you
And when
ever
he
make
was
any other attempts to report your concerns?
I called.
when he was found by a gravedigger 3 months later. And he was in the wood. Yeah, he was on the ground near the cemetery and church.
I called every hospital in South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. I called every DSS office, every homeless shelter, anything that took in or helped anybody that would maybe be in the street. I just called and made reports with people over the phone from me calling every day. So after you calling people every day, 3, 4, 5 years, they tell you call 3 times a week, maybe 2 times a week. They try to break it down, but I made reports with these people because I call renewals.
Did you ever try to find William yourself as the years went by?
Yes,
What sort of ways would you look for William?
I didn't have anything to go on but Georgia. If it's Georgia is, I need nowhere in particular to come to.
Did you ever, when social media started getting popular, did you look for William on social media?
Yes,
What about missing children?
yes, I looked at everything except for children that were not alive. I refused to look for them. I didn't look at that.
When did you start looking at missing children's posters and publications?
I just would go on the internet and put the missing children and whatever images come up, I would look through those. I would never really actually go on a site because the site would also show kids that were unalive and I wanted to find them alive. So my mind would not let me go.
Hi and welcome, Chaloon. Did I say that
When
right?
did that change?
Chaloon. And I'm sorry that you were just released from the ER. Hope that you're well or on the mend.
Objection to hearsay.
Hold on.
Your Honor, this goes to effect on the listener. Just asked
Repeat
when,
the question, please.
when did that change?
All right, can you answer that without, go back to the prior question.
When did you?
All right,
did
good
you ever
deal.
look for deceased children?
Okay,
She said no. When did that change?
okay. Answer the question without relaying what somebody may have told you, if you can. When did that change? You're asking for a time, a month, or what are you asking for?
Just generally speaking, why she
Why
started
did I
looking.
start?
Why is different than when?
Why did you start looking for deceased children?
My oldest daughter said, Mom,
Objection to hearsay.
I think that
Explains
explains
the-
the conduct and the reason as to why she made the inquiry, so I'll allow it for the rule.
my oldest daughter stated that I had been looking for him all her life, so she said, maybe you should look for kids that are no longer with us.
And did you start doing that?
Not right off, it took me about 4 months.
And when you did, how did you start looking at unidentified deceased children?
I Googled, dead black little boys in Georgia.
Do you remember when you did that?
I had been doing it so, I had been searching for him so long, I could say it was, I started 3 months before I actually came across this picture.
So for 3 months, would you access the site and look through pictures?
Yes,
And after 3 months, did you see a picture that you recognized?
yes. I saw that as William. I seen that as this being his mom and that being his dad.
And is this a true and correct copy of the image you observed that reminds you of William?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tenders exhibit 4 in evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, submitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes.
We're looking at Exhibit 4. You indicated this is the image you came across after Googling.
Yes.
What did you do after seeing this image?
Scream, cry. And got myself together so I could call him.
Did you know who you were calling? Did it list an organization or just a number?
I seen Nick, but nothing was, I just saw him. I really didn't at the time.
You might have been calling NCMEC.
I was calling Nick, but I just only saw William and the phone number.
And when you called, what did you tell them?
So I think I have information on the little boy that they call Clifton.
And did you tell them everything you knew about William? Did you tell them his mother's name?
Yes,
Did you tell them where William was from?
yes. I told the lady, I had information, and she said that as I started to talk, she said she would have a detective call me within 10 minutes, and we did.
And did you provide the detective with all the information that you knew? Since you made that tip to the organization, have you been interviewed by law enforcement as well?
Yes,
With the district attorney's office?
yes,
With the police department? And have you cooperated with each agency?
yes.
Thank you.
When was it that you saw this photo? You said that already, I missed it.
She said 3 months prior to reporting, but best you can estimate.
No, tell me what you said. When did you, what month, day, time, approximately, do you remember seeing this picture? What year?
Say 2020.
All right, that works. Thank you. Any further questions?
No, Your Honor.
Todd?
Mr. Judge, so I'm gonna take some time. Do we want to see if people need a break or?
You all need a break? Yes, okay. Counsel, can you guys approach, I know this is a scheduling procedural matter, Mr. Bozarth. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to fast forward through this. I'm going to fast forward through this and get through the break or whatever this little bit is here.
Be back at 1:15.
I've got a question.
Okay, hold on. I'm just going to fast forward through. I think that they said that they were taking a quick, like, 15-minute break. Whenever it comes back, I'm going to jump out and go take a bathroom break myself. So, and I'm out of something to drink, so I think I'm going to make some hot tea and lemon. Might try the warm milk with honey. Is there sugar? Somebody mentioned. Poppy's over there snoring like I don't know what. Hold on, let me get back over here. And oh, and you guys, I'm super excited because let me tell you real quick. So when I stream, like I'm currently streaming on my Wi-Fi connection, because I don't have like my where the internet comes in is on the other side of the house. And so I have an adapter coming and an Ethernet cable coming so that I can try to stream straight through the internet box, the fiber, instead of through a Wi-Fi connection. So meow meow meow. Anyway, hopefully that will be here Friday, I think is what it said. So we'll see. But anyway, no, I did not go to the doctor, Joanna. If I'm not better, I have not ran a fever, okay? I've not had a fever at all. So I don't know if I'm not feeling much better tomorrow, then I'll probably go to the doctor either tomorrow or on Friday. So we'll see. But I'm gonna go ahead and speed it up to the past the break and go to the toilet because I've got to wee wee. Tammy, negative. I'm negative on the COVID tests. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm gonna mute myself and then fast forward.
I have a question. So, here's things keep happening. When we hit,
Oh, and quickly while I'm thinking about it, the lady there in pink, I can't remember what her name is. Her name is it starts with an A. I can't remember. But she is a news reporter and worked for the local news in the area where when William DaShawn Hamilton's body was discovered. She was one of the local journalists or news reporters that covered that. And yeah, she's yes, Joanna. She's the journalist. And she stayed on this case, like she was always like checking in and stuff. So I know that she's been waiting for this day for a very long time too. So okay, now I'm gonna go ahead and start and then run to the body. Be right back.
All rise, welcome to order. All rise, welcome to order.
might as well just stick around. All right, you have all the jurors, I understand? Yes. Anything we need to take up before we bring the jurors back?
Hang on.
Okay. Then, Deputy? Thank you. Dan, what happened with the, real time? Network, yeah. Session review. Okay. Needs to be serious. I'm saying, so I agree. I'm gonna address that next meeting. Okay.
Jury.
Hurry up and see. All right, welcome back. And we are ready to proceed with cross, Mr. Welty. And you're still under oath.
Hi, Ms. McNeil. I'm gonna ask you a few questions, okay?
Okay.
All right, so you testified that you met Teresa around 1995.
Yes.
Yes.
And from that point on, you spent a lot of time with her.
Yes.
You spent a lot of time with William.
Yes.
You said on your testimony is that you're best friends with Teresa.
Yes.
And that's because Teresa liked you.
That's because we thought of each other as best friends. She
Yeah.
said I was her best friend. I told her she was mine.
You're right, so you liked each other.
Right.
Right. And you like to spend time with each other.
Yes.
And that's how you ended up spending the next 4 years as close friends.
Yes.
And you got to know this family well, you'd say.
Yes.
You'd spend holidays together.
Yes.
You got to know her dad.
Yes.
You got to know her son, William.
Yes.
Not many people knew that house and knew this family like you did.
Correct.
So I want to talk about, Ms. McNeil, what you saw as the relationship between Teresa and William, okay? Okay. From in that 4 years you spent with them, there are things that you saw between them that caused you some concern
Yes.
in the way that she treated him,
Yes.
in the way that she took care of him,
Yes.
in the way that she would react to things and how he would act as a child.
Yes.
All right. At this time in the 90s, you had access to a telephone, correct?
Yes.
And at this time, people use phone books. You had access to a phone book, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you'd agree that, one goal of DFACS or Department of Children's Services is to protect kids, right?
Yes.
And then another one of their goals is for people that call in and report instances of abuse, they can do something about that, right?
Yes.
From this time in the 90s, you did not call into DFACS and report Teresa's behavior.
No.
And you didn't report her behavior because it didn't rise to any level of abuse that you thought was serious.
Correct.
And you didn't report her behavior because it didn't rise to any level of serious neglect.
Correct.
She was really trying her best.
No.
Okay. But from what you saw, it wasn't worth reporting.
I don't know how to answer that.
I'll reframe it just to establish you did not call in to defacts about Teresa or William.
No.
Okay. All right. We've established that you had access to a phone at this time,
Yes.
and you had access to a phone book.
Yes.
Okay. And you'd agree with me that one role of police is to protect children, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at this time in the 90s, you did not call into police to report Teresa's behavior.
No.
Okay. That's because in your judgment, it didn't rise to a serious level of child abuse,
Correct.
and it didn't rise to a serious level of child neglect.
I don't know how to answer that.
Okay. Bottom line, you did not call into the police to report what you saw from Teresa and William.
No.
Okay. All right. Part of your testimony earlier was that you knew that Teresa had a job,
Yes.
and so she had access to money.
Yes.
She would help her dad pay the bills.
Yes.
From what you can tell, she wasn't struggling.
No.
Okay. But at this time, she didn't have a car.
No.
And she didn't have access to any kind of car?
No.
Okay.
I had a car.
You had a car, but she didn't have a car.
No.
Okay. All right. I want to talk to you just briefly about William's father, okay? All right. So you testified earlier that you have seen William's father twice,
Correct.
and that's throughout your entire life.
Yes.
Okay. And one of those times was between this 4-year period from 95 to 99.
Correct.
And the other time that you saw him was maybe 2000 at some point.
Correct.
So this time, I think we've established this, but you saw Teresa every day.
Yes.
You saw William every day.
Yes.
You spent time with him every day.
Yes.
And from your understanding, William's father was 12 minutes away.
Yes.
Okay. And in those 4 years that you knew this family, you saw William's father once.
Yes.
Okay. All right, Ms. McNeil, I want to talk about the specific instances where you talked about Teresa getting physical with William, okay?
Okay.
All right. You said you saw 2 instances where she got physical with William.
Yes.
And we've established that you saw her every day,
Yes.
and you saw William every day,
Yes.
and you spent time in their house.
Yes.
And then in those 4 years, you saw 2 instances where she got physical with William.
Yes.
Okay. And that's it.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, guys. If it was frozen, it's because I switched it from my AirPods to my headphones. Was it frozen for very long?
All right, Ms. McNeil, you said that
How long was it frozen
when
for?
Teresa left for Atlanta, she just gave you the keys to her apartment.
Yes.
Okay. And after that, you didn't go over there for a little while?
For about 45 days.
About 45
Okay,
days.
just a sec.
Yeah,
Good.
I would kept it off maybe around 40 or 41.
You took the furniture from her house?
Yes, once they were ready to just throw everything out.
Okay. And you asked if you could have the furniture, right?
No, I already had the keys.
Okay.
I already knew I could have. She had already told me.
Right. And she told you that you could have the furniture?
Yeah, she was like, here, you can have, here go the keys, you can have the house.
Okay,
She said she didn't plan on returning.
sure. So you asked if you could have the furniture?
No, I didn't ask anything. She
Okay.
offered it.
She offered you the furniture. Okay. All right. You testified that when she left for Atlanta, she maybe gave you a call about a week later.
Yes.
That sound right? And then when she was in Atlanta, you didn't hear from her until she got back.
She left, she was gone a little over a week before she reached out to me. And once she reached out to me that time, that was the only time I didn't hear from her again until she showed up to the front door.
Understood. Thank you. One moment, please. No further questions. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. May she be excused?
Yes, Your Honor. You're welcome to remain in the courtroom.
All right, you can call your next witness.
First, they call Miles Boyce.
Okay. So this next witness is the guy that Ava had just talked about the day that Teresa and William were leaving town, that they were leaving with this guy in this guy's car. Milo something.
Raise your right hand, ma'am, sir. Do you swear front testimony about to give this court the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Then lower your hand, sir. State and spell your name for the record.
Miles Boyce.
Miles.
BOYCE.
Could you do me a favor and just sit a little bit closer to the microphone?
Good afternoon, Mr. Boyce. How are you today?
I'm fine.
Just want to get some, introduce yourself to the jury. Are you currently employed?
Yes.
And where do you work?
Company in Charlotte called Unidentified Rain.
Is the company where?
In Charlotte, North Carolina.
Okay. And how long have you worked there?
About 11 years.
And what do you do? What's your role?
Shipping coordinator.
And you said that the company was in North Carolina. Do you reside in North Carolina?
Yes, I do.
And what area of North Carolina do you reside in?
On the west side.
Is that the metropolitan area of what city?
Charlotte.
Of Charlotte, okay. All right. And approximately how long have you lived in the Charlotte area?
About 30 years.
And Mr. Boyce, do you have any children?
Yes.
How many children do you have?
4.
So I want to take you back to the late 1998, early 1999, that time frame. Where were you residing at that time in Charlotte? What was the name of the neighborhood?
Clanton Park.
Clanton Park?
Clanton Park.
And at that time, who were you residing with?
Just me and myself.
And do you recall the approximate age of your children around that time frame?
I had 2 sons around about 5, 6 at that time.
And back in the late 1998, early 1999, what kind of car did you drive?
I think it was a Suzuki Sidekick.
Okay. Is that kind of like a Jeep, kind of, sort of?
Yes.
Okay, all right, gotcha. And back in late 1998, early 1999, did you meet a person, did you ever meet a person named Teresa Ann Bailey?
Yes.
When did you meet her?
Either 97 or 98, somewhere.
And can you tell me what kind of relationship that you have with Teresa Ann Bailey?
We're basically friends.
Good one, okay. And do you see Teresa, the person you knew as Teresa Ann Bailey, in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
All right. Can you ID her by her location in the courtroom, what she's wearing?
Like a gray jacket.
All right. How's her hair?
Gray.
All right, Your Honor. What color?
Braided or braided?
Braided.
Braided. Okay. Here, let the record reflect that the witness identified the defendant.
The objection.
Back when you knew Teresa Ann Bailey, did you know whether or not she had any children?
Yes.
All right. How many children did she have that you knew of?
One that I knew of,
All right. And was it a boy or girl?
boy,
All right. Do you remember his name?
William,
And did you get a chance to meet William?
yes,
Do you recall approximately how old William was when you met him?
about 5 or 6.
And when you and Teresa were friends, did you ever see Teresa with William or William with Teresa?
Yes.
And where did you see them at?
They came by my house first.
Okay. And did Teresa ever leave William with you at any time?
Not that I can recall.
And when you were able to observe William, can you tell the jury about clothing he was wearing, his hygiene, or anything of that nature that you remember?
It's hard to remember, but I remember some things about his hygiene.
And what about his hygiene do you remember?
Well, not to my standards.
Do you believe that he may have looked dirty? Is that what you?
Sustained objection. Rephrase the question.
All right, when you said it's not up to your standards, what do you mean by that his hygiene wasn't up to your standards?
Sometimes it was a little dirty, yes.
Do you recall the last time you saw William and Teresa?
The day I took him to the Grand station.
Roughly, do you recall what year that was?
No, I don't. Maybe 98, I'm not sure.
Okay, you're just not sure, but it was in the 90s that you recall. And you took him to the Greyhound bus station. Where was that Greyhound bus station located?
It was located on East Church Street, South.
In Charlotte?
Mhm.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing has been marked as State's Exhibit 5 for identification purposes. Mr. Boyce, what is depicted in State's Exhibit 5?
South Greyhound Station.
Is that a fair, accurate depiction of what the Greyhound station looked like back in late 1998, 1999?
Yes, at that time, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to tender what's been marked as State's Exhibit 5.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, submitted.
Commissioner Public, Your Honor.
Sure. Let me, hold on, that's not great, it's not published. Hold on. I have it, Your Honor. Okay.
All right, and so, Mr. Boyce, this was the place that you last saw William and Teresa together.
Yes.
Do you recall, if anything, what William was wearing at that time?
Not really.
All right, do you recall any kind of shoes he had at that time?
The Timberlands, I remember those.
Okay. And do you recall what color those Timberlands were?
Not really, no. No color.
Okay. You just remember that he had some Timberland boots.
Right.
When you dropped them off at the bus station, did Teresa tell you where she was going?
I already knew that it was going to Atlanta.
Okay, you knew that she went to Atlanta, right? And did she tell you why she was going to Atlanta?
No.
Did she advise you if she had any family in Atlanta or if William had any family in Atlanta?
Supposed to be a grandmother or something?
Whose grandmother, Williams or Teresa?
Williams.
Williams' grandmother was in Atlanta. And when you were preparing to take Teresa to the bus station, did she have any luggage that you can recall?
I could recall one big tote bag, like.
The big bag, the tote bag.
Yeah.
And do you recall whether or not if William had any luggage or tote bags?
No, I can't.
And tell me, how was Teresa dressed? Was she well dressed? Could have dressed better? What was your thoughts on how she was dressed as she was leaving to go to Atlanta?
She was well dressed.
What about William?
He was well dressed also.
Do you recall when you dropped off William and Teresa, the weather, was it cold? Was it hot outside? What do you remember?
It's kind of cold. It was early in the morning.
And how do you remember it was early in the morning, it was cold?
Excuse me, say that again?
How do you remember that it was cold that day?
Because I had no sweatshirt myself.
And do you recall what month it was that you dropped her off?
I don't recall that.
After you dropped off Teresa and William at the bus station, did you ever see William again?
No.
Did you ever see Teresa again?
Yes.
And do you recall where did you see Teresa?
At a gas station. on the corner of, West Boulevard and Remount.
Is that near the neighborhood where you were living at the time? Do you know whether or not if Teresa is from that neighborhood?
Yes, she was from,
And so, tell me what happened at the store on West Boulevard. Who else was present?
Ava was present.
Ava was present, okay. And so it was you, Ava, and Teresa. Were you and Ava together, or was you and Teresa together? How, explain the dynamics to me.
I can't recall that.
Okay.
I know I was at the gas pump, and Ava was there too, so I don't remember, was we all together or what?
Okay, and while all three of you all were at the store, did anybody ask Teresa any questions in reference to William?
Yes.
All right, and what did you ask?
Where was he?
Where was William, and what was Teresa's response?
With his grandparents.
And when you were talking to Teresa at the convenience store, at the gas station, sorry, about William, how was her demeanor?
It was okay.
It was okay. Was it anything out of the ordinary?
No,
Nothing alarming?
not to me.
And so when Teresa told you that William was with his grandparents, was he with his grandparents in Atlanta or somewhere else?
Yes,
And being that that wasn't her demeanor, that seemed out of the ordinary, was that something you believe based off the statement she said to you?
I didn't question it.
At any point or any time after that incident where you are at the gas station, has Teresa ever discussed William with you?
No,
Did Teresa ever tell you that William was in fact deceased?
no.
Give me one minute. Did you ever come to learn that William was in fact deceased?
Yes, when they contacted me.
No additional questions.
Cross?
Hi, Mr. Boyce.
Hi.
I have a few follow-up questions for you, okay?
Okay.
All right. So, Mr. Boyce, you testified today that based on your relationship with Teresa, you consider yourself friends with her at some point.
Correct.
You would spend time with her?
If she called me,
Okay. And you testified that you spent some time with William?
yes,
Okay. And you have kids too, right?
yes,
And she would bring William over to your house,
correct,
and maybe your kids would play together?
yes,
Your kids around his age, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So like you testified earlier, you got to see how Teresa acted around William
yes, I did.
on several occasions.
Several cases.
And it was over a number of years that you knew her.
No, it wasn't that long.
Okay. But you saw her and she came over to your house on several occasions.
Yes.
And-
once or twice.
Okay, and that was with William.
Is that, you didn't answer that question.
I said maybe once or twice.
Okay. And Mr. Boyce, on those occasions, you never saw Teresa be abusive with William.
No,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Can you be excused?
You may be excused.
Thank you. All right, you're free to go. You can stay and put on the light. And call your next witness.
Your Honor, say cause Maria Dial.
Okay, I haven't seen anything beyond this. So I don't know who this next witness is. I'm not sure if they're going to get straight on into like experts or probably like the person that potentially found William in the woods that day, that kind of thing. But we'll see.
Go ahead and take a seat, ma'am. Raise your right hand, ma'am. Do you swear affirm testimony about to give this court the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the perjury? Okay.
Yes, I do.
Okay, lower your hand, ma'am. State and spell your name for the record.
Martha Marie Dow.
Sal, if you would just speed up and talk into the microphone, please.
Okay, Martha Marie Dow. MARTHA, MARIE, D-I-A-L.
Good afternoon, Ms. Dow. Good afternoon.
Hi.
All right, Ms. Dow, are you currently working right now?
No.
All right, I want to talk about one of your previous employments. Have you ever worked at an adult entertainment center?
Yes.
Which one did you work at?
The last one was Pleasers.
Pleasers, okay. And how long had you worked at Pleasers?
18 and a half years.
And tell me about when you first started working at Pleasers, what was your job?
When I first started there, I started as a waitress.
All right, and then after a waitress, what role did you then have?
A waitress and bartender. At the end, I was day shift manager for the last 10 years.
And when did you stop working at Pleasers?
2007.
And I know I said that it's an adult entertainment center. What generally, what type of establishment is an adult entertainment center known as Pleasers?
New dancing.
And where was Pleasers located?
849 Cleveland Avenue, Atlanta.
Okay, so just a side note here in case anybody that's coming in and catching up with this trial, the mom, and Steph, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the mom worked at this Pleasers place as a dancer. And then Ava, I don't know if she worked there as well. I can't remember. I'm not positive. Somebody'll have to remind me in the chat. But Joanna says, is not copping a plea. What's her excuse for her child's death? She doesn't really have an excuse. She just says that he woke up, that she woke up and he did not wake up, and she walked off and left him behind. Didn't call anyone or anything. So yeah, okay. We'll continue on, but I'm thinking that Teresa worked here part-time. And I'm not sure about Ava, the friend that was on the witness stand, the first witness. I'm not sure if she worked there also or not. So,
Is it still open today? No. Do you recall when it closed?
Maybe 2010, 2011, when it got set on fire.
Okay, all right. And while at this establishment, can you tell me about the dancers and how people come to be able to dance at Pleasers?
Well, first they have to talk to Johnny. Johnny's the one that hired all the dancers.
Okay.
And then once they get hired, get their permits, then they have to, they get a list of our rules. So they don't have no questions, you know. Our rules is, we didn't have hours because they're self-contractors, like most strip
You
clubs.
say they are subcontractors, you're talking about
They are.
dancers?
Yes, they are self-contractors. Most clubs make them work 8 to 12, 4 to 12, 12 to 8, 8 to 4. We didn't do that. When they came in, they paid the house $40. They have to pay for the DJ, the doorman, security. Once they make their money, they can leave. The rules is, once you leave, you can't come back to the next day.
And you said they have to have a license. What kind of license did the exotic dancers or the dancers have to have?
It was a liquor license, but it's for all strip clubs. No matter what you do, you gotta have a license to work there.
So each individual dancer had to procure their own license.
Right.
Okay. And how did Pleasers go about making sure that all of the dancers had their own license?
Oh, they have to turn them into us. We have a photo book, and then we would keep them labeled. So we would let them know that their permit's getting ready to expire. So we never let anybody work without a permit.
You have permission to approach.
Okay. Ms. Down, showing what's been marked as State Exhibit 59 for identification purposes. Do you recognize what's in State 59?
One of the dancers.
Okay.
They work night shift.
All right, and do you recall the name that
the dancer that's depicted in State's Exhibit 59, what she went by?
Baby something. We had so many girls that went by baby something, but I know it's baby something.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of a dancer at Pleasers back in the late 90s that you recall?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, state license attendant was been marked State's Exhibit 59.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, submitted.
And I'm also holding what's been marked as State's Exhibit 6 for identification purposes. Ms. Dow, what is depicted in State's Exhibit 6?
Pleasers?
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of Pleasers back in the late 1990s?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to attend what's been marked as State's Exhibit 6.
Any objections?
No.
6.
No objection.
All right, 6 is committed.
All right, so I want to speak with you in reference to the atmosphere in Pleasers. I know you were stating earlier that the dancers can come and go as they please. There's no particular time frame. However, do you all schedule for dancers who have to come at any time during the day, and you have to show up at this time?
No.
Okay. All right. And are the exotic dancers allowed to bring their children into this establishment?
No.
And is it common for dancers to go by a name that's not provided, that's not their government name, but a stage name?
Yes.
And so is it common for people within Pleasers to not know government names?
Yes.
I want to show.
I think they have to plug it in after they pull up what's on the screen with the last slide, right? It keeps cutting out.
While they're figuring out their technology issues, hi and welcome any new people into the stream. Would love it if you guys would give the video a thumbs up if you haven't already yet. I would love it, love it, love it. Thank you so much.
Ms. Dow, you see the screen in front of you?
Yes.
Is that the person that you knew to be named Baby Something?
Yes.
Is that the person that you knew to be named Baby Something that was a dancer at Pleasers?
Yes.
I want to talk to you about their length of time dancing at Pleasers. Do you recall if this was one of your longtime dancers or was there for a short period of time?
A short period.
Do you recall how long, if anything?
No, because they didn't have a schedule, but she wasn't there long enough for the girls to know her, besides in the club.
I want to talk to you about the term trick baby. Can you tell the jury what is a trick baby?
Some of the girls that we know that come in the club, and they come there to pick up guys.
Okay.
Once they find a money guy, they leave.
And did you come to know whether or not this particular dancer was also known as a trick baby?
She was known as one.
Does, being that now Pleasers is closed, do you all keep in touch in some kind of way, you and the dancers, or?
Yes, I have 48 on the webpage, just invitation only. It's just Pleasers family.
Pleasers.
So me and my girls, we still stay in touch.
All right, and is that like on Facebook, social
It's on
media?
Facebook.
And is this person depicted in State's Exhibit 9, is she a part of that Facebook?
No.
No disrespect. Thank you.
Cross?
Yes, Judge.
Hi, Ms. Dial. I'm going to ask you a few questions, okay?
Okay.
All right. So going back to your history of your employment history at Pleasers, okay? You said you were there for about 18 and a half years, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Since the end of 1988 or the beginning of 1989.
Okay.
Because I had a wedding reception there in 1990. So I know I was there a little over a year then.
Okay. So we're talking your start date would be sometime between 1988 and 1989. Okay.
Yes.
And then you left there in 2007.
Yes,
You said you started as a waitress
yes,
and then moved up to a bartender
yes,
and then became the day shift manager.
yes.
Okay. So during this 18 and a half years at Pleasers, I'm sure a lot of people came through that door. Is that fair to say?
Oh, yes,
And a lot of those people included different employees, right?
yes,
Different dancers.
yes. Most of them stayed the whole time.
Okay. But I'm sure you've got a lot of turnover between the time you started in '88 and then when you left in 2007. Is that fair to say?
That's for sure.
Okay. And in that time, that 18 and a half years, you'd say you may have come across hundreds potentially of different women dancers for this club at
At
Pleasers.
least.
At least. We could be,
From 19, when I first started in 95, originally Pleasers was a white club. It was 95 when we got our first black dancer,
okay,
and that was Dimples.
okay,
And then after that, everything changed.
right. So what I'm gathering from what you're saying is the different dancers that you came across in this club, it could be in the thousands.
I don't think thousands, hundreds.
We'll say hundreds, okay. In the time that you saw Miss Black at Pleasers, you were the day shift manager.
I was day shift manager, yes.
Okay. In the time that you're saying that you saw Miss Black, she would work during the night.
Yes,
So you would say you really never got a chance to know Miss Black, right?
no,
And today you couldn't remember her name
her name,
or
no.
what she went by.
I can only remember when they asked me, when they sent me the picture, and I said she was one of my dancers.
Okay.
I knew it was a baby something, because a lot of times, if my regular girl's been there for a while, if they're having a birthday party at the club, I was always there to celebrate with them.
Hmm. But for her, that wouldn't be one of those people, right? You just never really got a chance to be that close with her.
Right.
Okay. Now, Ms. Dial, I want to talk to you about the permits you're listing. You talked about earlier, okay?
Yes,
So what you testified is that a person named Johnny was the one that hired all the dancers.
yes,
And part of that hiring process was they had to obtain a permit or a liquor license
right,
to be even able to work there at all.
right,
And part of getting that liquor license was they had to have an ID.
yes.
Okay. Do you know if it had to be a Georgia ID?
Oh, that's up to a downtown permanent place.
Okay.
I don't know what their rules are.
Okay, so you didn't know.
No,
Okay. And Ms. Dial, I assume during your time working at this one business for almost 2 decades, you got to be familiar with the operation side of things, right?
yes,
And I would assume a business that has been going for as long as Pleasers, part of doing business was keeping records.
yes,
Okay. And part of those records would be these permits
yes,
because they had to keep the permits for all the dancers,
yes,
and because they would then let them know if it was about to expire.
right.
Okay.
We had a general manager, Kathy Blake.
Okay.
She's the one that kept up with all that.
Right.
We run everything, and she kept up with the business end of it.
Okay. And today you don't have any of those records with
No.
you. Okay. And so you can't look at records and say that this person worked at Pleasers.
Not prove it anyhow.
Okay. You recognize her.
Yes.
But through records, you can't say that she worked there.
No,
And you can't say that she worked there from one time period to another time period.
no,
But at some point, if she worked there, those records would exist.
yes,
Okay. So we talked about you worked there for a long time. You saw a lot of faces. This particular person, you wouldn't be able to put a month or a year on when you saw them. Is that fair to say?
no.
Okay.
Is that fair to say, or is it not fair?
Is that fair to say you would not be able to put a month or a year on when you saw this person?
Well, I know it was in 98. Because I just got right before it. It was right after I got remarried.
Okay, but
But
you're
I
not
know the
sure,
month.
you don't know.
No.
Let her finish the answer before you ask the next question. You knew it was 98, but you don't recall the month.
Right,
You can't say what month that she worked, and you can't really say how long she worked.
no. Some girls, they worked at the club, so they would disappear for months before they came back to the club.
All right, thank you.
Can you redirect?
Yes, just very briefly, sure. Ms. Dow, what happened to Club Pleasers around 2007?
Well, the first thing is the owner, Paul Hicks, fired Kathy as the general manager and put his nephew in charge, Jason.
What happened to the building around that time?
They got set on fire by a cocktail bomb in the front.
And when Pleasers got set on fire, was there extensive damage done to the building?
Not really, because one of the regular customers saw it happen and called the fire department. Because it happened right outside the liquor room, but it didn't make it to explode the liquor room.
Okay, but nevertheless, it caught fire.
Yes.
And then subsequently after the fire and at some point in time, did the establishment close down?
Yes.
Is the building still standing here today?
No, it's a bank now.
It's a bank. Do you know whether or not at some point that the actual building of Pleasers was torn down?
Yes. We have videos of it
Of it torn down?
on our site, yes.
Opposing counsel asked you about familiar operations of Pleasers. I want to ask you some more detail about the operations of how Pleasers worked. What was the protocol in reference to any alcohol or drugs at Pleasers?
They couldn't bring any on the property.
And what
If
would,
they did, they got automatically fired. Kathy wouldn't put up with that.
all right, and then at some point Kathy left, right?
Kathy was fired.
Kathy was
Well, no, yeah, after she had, went in the hospital to have open heart surgery.
And then what became the culture in reference to drugs and alcohol at that time?
And once Kathy was gone and Jason took over, I went in there. They was smoking right on the floor.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Just briefly. So, Ms. Dial, we'll stay on that exact same topic. You said there was a change in management at Pleasers, right?
Yes.
And that happened around 2007?
That would happen, no, I left in 2007. That happened around 2000, the end of 08 or the beginning of 09.
Okay.
2000, because she passed October 11th
Okay.
of 2010.
So that management changed around 2008? Okay, and that's when that,
Yes,
the culture change you're talking about happened?
yes.
All right, thank you.
All right, anything else for Ms. Witness?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, please. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, state Mr. Gask.
Mr. Who?
Mr. Gask,
Spell last name.
Gasque.
Okay, so that witness, she was like, we're not just going to sit here and talk about, the dancers. We're going to talk about the politics of the business here. We're going to talk about the owners and the co-owners and the managers, and we're going to get into all the dramatics of it all. So that was
Raise your
cute.
right hand, sir. Do you swear affirm testimony about to give this court the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but perjury? All right, lower your hand, sir. Say and spell your name for the record.
Thomas Gasque.
Gasque.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gasque. Mr. Gasque, where do you currently work?
I work for I'm a flight coordinator, flight operations at Gwinnett Airport
And how long have you worked there?
since June of last year.
And what generally are your duties there? What are your duties?
I'm a coordinator. Basically, the company itself is Flight Air Ambulance, where we transport patients from ICU to ICU, for example, across the country, or international. If you, say for instance, if you go to Cancun or anywhere out of the country and you get hurt, and say for instance you have travel insurance, we're the company that would go and pick you up and bring you to the hospital here instead of having to be hospital in a foreign country or state. Sorry.
All right, so what did you do prior to working at that location?
I was a sales manager, a salesperson at Best Buy.
Okay, all right. At some point in time, did you work for the DeKalb County Police Department?
Yes, prior to me going to Best Buy, I was at DeKalb County.
Police Department, okay. And do you recall how long were you employed with the DeKalb County Police Department?
6 years.
And, I'm sorry?
About 6 years.
And what was your title at the DeKalb County Police Department?
My last title was Master Police Officer, which is short of being a sergeant.
And what years were you working? I know you've been there 6 years, but what years were you working?
I want to say 93 to 99.
Okay. On February 26, 1999, were you still employed with the DeKalb County Police Department?
Yes, I was a patrol officer.
I want to talk to you about your duties back then around February 1999. What were your duties as a master police officer?
I was a field training officer, training officers that came into, from the academy. And as a master police officer, you're there to assist the junior officers in the field to make sure they come along as they, their journey as a police officer. Someone to help the police officers when they become, officers in the field.
Did you even, I don't understand that you kind of trained the junior police officers, but even as a master police officer, did you ever respond to 911 calls?
Yes.
Did you ever investigate cases to which you were the responding officer?
The initial part of the case where it began, like when you call 911, I responded first on the scene and make sure the scene is preserved for CID at the time. They called them in a major felony if it was a felony type crime. But preserving the scene was my primary duties, is making sure that I had it ready for for others.
Okay. I want to talk to you about February 26, 1999 at approximately 1:23 a.m. Do you recall if you were on duty at that time?
Yes.
Do you recall that while you were on duty, were you in a marked patrol vehicle?
Yes.
At this point in time, did you have additional officers in your vehicle with you, or did you kind of ride solo?
I was solo.
Did you respond to a call in the area of Clifton Springs?
Yes.
Do you recall if that's in DeKalb County?
Yes.
Do you recall why you were responding to that location?
The call was called out as a body in the woods, basically.
And were you the first officer to respond to the scene?
Yes.
And you said the call, it was called out as a body in the woods. What do you mean by it was a call out?
The witness at the time had called and said they found a body in the woods, and so I was called upon to investigate and make sure that that's what they saw.
And how are you called upon to investigate? Tell me about that process.
We have a radio on the body, and it's called out. I can't remember the codes now, but they called it out, and I responded and said I would, be around on the computer. You just, also let them know that you were out.
Right. And who were you letting know? I guess that's what
911 operator.
Thank you. Okay.
Sorry. Yes. Dispatch.
All right. So were you the primary officer and the first officer on scene?
Yes.
And as a primary officer, do you write a report as to your findings and the role that you played in the incident?
Yes.
Back in 1999, did police officers have body cameras?
No.
Okay. And did they have any video surveillance on their vehicles?
No.
So at some point, you responded to a call based off what dispatcher sent you. Where do you recall where you went to once you got to the area of Clifton Springs Road?
I drove, and once I got there, it's like a wooded area, and then the two guys were standing there waving me down when I got there, and I parked right where they were standing,
Do you recall where you parked your vehicle?
next to the wooded area.
All right. Is there a church next to the wooded area?
Yes.
All right. Did you park in a church parking lot or somewhere else?
I can't recall exactly where I parked, but it was close by where I had to meet the guys.
Now may I approach?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to first show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 7 to State's Exhibit 10. Can you first tell the jury what is depicted in State's Exhibit 7?
This is just churches next to the woods.
What's the name of the church?
Clifton United Methodist.
Is that Is that a fair, accurate depiction of Clifton United Methodist Church that's near the wooded area to which you responded to back on February 26, 1999?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's now has been marked as State's Exhibit 8. Can you tell the jury what is depicted in State's?
Okay, real quick before it gets any further and I lose track of time, I'm going to go ahead and place the banner about, graphic content, viewer discretion advised, that kind of thing. I don't expect them to show anything, but if they do, I just want to be covered on that front. So anyway, okay.
This is the intersection where I responded to in the wooded area.
Is that an overview of the wooded area?
Yes.
Does that show the streets, Clifton Springs and Clifton Church Road?
Yes.
Is that a fair, accurate depiction of the wooded area to which you responded to back on February 26, 1999?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 9 for identification purposes. What is depicted in State's Exhibit 9?
It's the wooded area.
Is that another aerial view of the wooded area that kind of shows a more view of?
Yes, because the street intersects with each other, so it's basically like in the middle of both streets.
Is this a fair, accurate depiction of the incident location, an aerial view that you responded to back on February 26, 1999?
Yes, it's just a little bit more greener.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to tender what's been marked State's Exhibit 7 through State's Exhibit, 9.
Any objection?
Objection.
Permitted.
I'm going to show you the marked as State's Exhibit 10. What is depicted in State's Exhibit 10?
This is where we walk down.
This is a pathway.
It's a pathway, yeah.
Is this a pathway that is located in the wooded area between Clifton Springs and Clifton Church Road?
Yes.
It's a fair, accurate depiction of what it looked like back in February 1999.
It's just a little bit more greener.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will tender what's been marked as State's Exhibit 10.
Any objection?
Objection.
I'm going to show you the marked as State's Exhibit 42 and 43. What is depicted in State's Exhibit 42 and 43?
It's the scene of observed once I got there.
What is in the pictures in State's Exhibit 42 and 43?
The body and then the head was detached.
The skeletal head?
Yes.
Is that a fair, accurate depiction of what you observed to be the skeletal head in State's Exhibit 43 and the skeletal head and the body in State's Exhibit 42?
Yes, first walked in this area here and then observed the head detached from the body.
Is that a fair, accurate depiction of what you saw back in 1999?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 60. What is depicted in State's Exhibit 60?
This was what I walked up on, and I remember seeing the body there.
Is that a body that is depicted in State's Exhibit 60?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Is that a fair, accurate depiction of the scene that you walked upon back on February 26, 1999?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to tender what has been marked as State's Exhibit 42, 43, and State's Exhibit 60.
42, 43, and 60. Any objection?
I'm sorry, tender. I mean, admitted, sorry. Yes.
I knew what you meant.
Objection.
All right, 42, 43, and, did you say 6?
60, Your Honor.
60 are in. We already had a 6.
Again, just to be safe, trigger warning in case there are graphic images coming up. I don't want it to surprise or shock anybody, so sorry. Sorry.
Are you saying that as you arrived to the incident location, you were flagged down by 2 individuals? Do you recall who those 2 individuals were? The names?
Yes, from my report, I can.
So you need your report to refresh your recollection? Your Honor, yes. Do you recall who flagged you down as you arrived to the incident location?
Yes, Joseph was the initial person that flagged me down as I drove up.
All right, and what's Joseph's last name?
Joseph Ralph,
And that's his middle name, what's his last name?
oh, sorry, Price. Joseph Ralph Price.
And was Mr. Price with anyone?
Yes, he was with another guy, I wrote his name down, it's Michael Carter.
Michael Carter. And so once they flagged you down, did you park somewhere near the church?
Yes, of course. I wasn't too far from where he was standing, which was about the pathway.
Hold on, 1 second. Do you know what that alarm is coming from? All right, go ahead.
I'm showing you the mark that states Exhibit 7. Is this the church that is near the incident location to which you were flagged down by Mr. Price?
Yes,
And in relation to the church, where is the wooded area located?
if I recall, it's like not too far, it's just off the street, basically.
All right, so maybe this would be a better shot. I'm going to show you the mark that states Exhibit number 8. Jan, do you have a clicker? Do you have a pointer?
Nope.
All right, if you don't mind, Mr. Gaskew, can you stand up and look at the screen behind you? And can you show the jurors where's the church area? Where's the church in this photo? So, and that land directly in front, is that a parking lot?
Yes, this is the parking lot across the street from your art.
And directly across the street from the church, what's that area?
This right here.
Yes, what is this?
Yeah,
area?
this is a kind of like, it's a cemetery.
So the cemetery is to the right?
Yes,
All
right.
right, and then you have wooded area, right?
Yes, what are you here?
Now I'm going to show you the mark that states Exhibit 9. This is more of an aerial view. Are you now able to see more of the cemetery?
Yes.
And are you able to see a path? Like a path that was made?
It's somewhere over here, I believe. We had a lot of tree area, a little bit more wood. The trees are bigger.
This was actually taken back in February 1999. So is the path, can you point to where the path will be?
Somewhere over here.
And does it go down? All right.
Yeah, it goes down that way.
And is this the wooded area path that you were discussing?
Yes.
That you can walk through
Yes.
within that wooded area? All right. You can sit down, sir. Thank you. I'm gonna go back to State's Exhibit number 9. All right, so you arrive on scene, you get out your vehicle, and you speak with Mr. Price and Mr. Carter. What do they advise you upon your arrival?
They were pretty excited to get me to walk through the woods with them to show me what they saw, and I just followed them.
All right, when they arrived, what did they tell you that they saw?
They said they saw what they thought was a body.
And did they tell you how, did they first tell you why they were there?
They ones that initially called,
All right,
flagged me down, basically when I got there to let me know that they were the ones that called.
all right. So tell me, did they tell you why they, why were they in that place to begin with?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. We can explain his conduct before he was told because of the body, but anything else is just hearsay.
You're not,
Response?
I disagree. I think it's not hearsay. It's gonna be an effect on the listener, and that's why I'm asking this question, so they can respond. They can tell him why they were there, so he can respond to that place.
Overrule the objection.
What were Mr. Price and Mr. Carter doing at that area?
Working.
Working, what was their occupation?
Not exactly sure what the occupation was, but they worked in that area across the street from the church and let me know that what they saw when they was working.
Okay, help me understand. What area is across the street from the church?
This is a cemetery
A
here.
cemetery.
Yes, fine.
All right.
This is a cemetery here.
Were they working in the cemetery?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
What were they doing working in the cemetery?
Well, when he explained it to me, my report, he went to go relieve himself, basically, and that's how he found it. And he was explaining himself as I was walking up, and he said he was going to go relieve himself, and then he showed me what he saw. He wanted to show me what he saw out there.
And at some point in time, did they ever tell you that the reason they were out there was because they were preparing for another burial, or were they doing something else?
Objection meeting. He's answered what he said, what they told him.
Rephrase the question, please.
Your Honor, first I didn't finish the question. And I think once I finished the question, it was no longer leading.
All right, finish the question and then let her finish and then you can make your objection. Don't answer until I roll. Go ahead.
At some point in time, did they advise you that the reason they were out at the cemetery to begin with was to prepare a grave, or was they out there to do something else?
Thank you. Go ahead.
Prepare a grave.
Okay, thank you. So at some point, now you become aware from Mr. Carter and Mr. Price that they saw what they believed to be a body out within, near the cemetery, well, in the wooded area near the cemetery. Do you then go out to view what they perceive to be a body?
Yes.
All right, I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 60. What is depicted in State's Exhibit 60?
When I first walked up, with the shoes, that's where I saw first as I walked up. I thought it was just clothes at the time, but you get closer and you can tell.
You can tell what?
You can tell that it was a body because it appeared to be decomposing.
Okay. And what kind of shoes does this body have on?
Oh, when I walked up, it looked like boots to me.
Boots, okay. And was the entire body is the entire body depicted in this photo?
No.
Okay. There are parts of the body have become detached, and there were in other places that wasn't in this photo?
Yeah, when I walked up, it looked detached. It wasn't together properly.
All right. Can you explain to the jury what is depicted in this photo, which is State's Exhibit 42?
That was
If you can stand up, I'm sorry, Mr. Gasky, you can stand up and kind of.
It's a skull.
What is that?
The skull.
A skull, okay. And what is on the opposite side of the photo?
The body.
Body. So basically, the skull is here located on the left side of State's Exhibit 42, and then the body is depicted on the far right side of State's Exhibit 42.
Yes.
Okay.
Everybody good? Everybody good? Checking to make sure everybody's good. I like his puffy jacket.
So after you were able to review the findings of Mr. Carter and Mr. Price, what did you do after that?
I immediately got on my radio, notified that I need a major felony there. I called my sergeant, called for CID, which is crime scene. All of responding. I had also showed too, because we had to secure the scene as well.
All right. And so talk to me about securing the scene. What does that entail?
Well, crime scene tape, for one, somebody else will walk into their area. So I started securing the area with crime scene tape.
And you saying securing the area, so are you saying where you were able to see with a decomposed body, you put a crime scene tape to prevent other people from coming in? What was the purpose of doing that?
So nobody else would walk into the scene. 'Cause if you walk into the scene, I would have to record and write it down. And have video.
So what else did you do as a part of securing the crime scene?
Sorry.
Aside from putting down tape, is there anything else you did to secure the crime scene?
Well, no. Just basically recording who's coming to the crime scene, who's answering, responding to the call. Just make sure I listed those people, and just basically make sure nobody else walks into the crime scene.
So you stated that you began to contact other agencies and other units within the County Police Department. What were those units exactly?
Major felony,
Okay?
crime, the medical examiner, and then crime scene, all the three that
Okay. And do you recall if any persons from those respective units or respective agencies, did they arrive to the crime scene?
yes.
Just wanted to show you one more photo for the jury.
Maybe we take it out and put it.
You can tell he struggles with this. Might be why he
Yes, Your Honor.
jumped out of that line of duty and into something a little different.
So are you trying to do, that's okay, are you trying to do it from there?
I was, but I was.
You can, go ahead, I just didn't. It can't be good if two computers are trying to access this. Y'all doing okay? Anybody need a break? Okay.
Come on, come on. You good, Pop? Poppy's over there stretching and yawning and flip-flopping around in the bed.
Okay. Sorry about that technical difficulty, but I wanted to have you explain to the jury what is also depicted here in State's Exhibit 43.
This is the skull that was detached from the body.
Is this a more close-up view of the skull that was attached to the body?
Yes.
All right. And based on what you saw, did the body appear to be that of an adult or a child?
A child.
And did it appear when you arrived, did it appear that the body had been buried or just placed there?
It's placed there.
And when you arrived and the portion that you investigated, were you able to determine the name of the decomposed body?
No.
Were you able to identify the gender?
No.
Was there any identifying information in reference to who this person was located at the scene?
No.
And based on what you observed in your investigation, did it appear that this decomposed body had been there for some time, or was it recently placed there?
For me, it appeared there sometime.
Once Major Felony, the medical examiner, and crime scene responded to the location, do you at some point turn the crime scene over to those respective agencies?
Yes, immediately when they got there, they asked me what's going on, and I directed them to what I observed.
And at that point, once the crime scene is turned over to the Major Felony, the medical examiner, and crime scene analysis, are you now there for support and what they need?
Yes.
Do you write a report based off your findings? Was it customary for the first responding officer to write a report?
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes.
And did you also, once you secured the crime scene, did you document what other individuals entered the crime scene?
Yes.
And did you place that information within your report?
Yes.
And did that include your involvement in this case?
Yes.
No additional questions.
Cross.
Good afternoon.
Hey,
All right. To be clear, the wooded area is next to a cemetery, right?
yes.
Okay. The body was not found in a cemetery.
No.
Okay. if you're standing on that dirt path and you have the cemeteries to your back, you are looking into the wooded area. You picturing it with me?
Trying to.
Okay. You're looking towards where the body was found.
Yes.
On the other side of that wooded area, that's Clifton Church Road.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And the body was closer to Clifton Church Road than it was the wooded path, right?
I'm not exactly sure the
Right.
rules, but when you walk in, it wasn't too far in, you know, as you walked in, it was not that far in.
Not that far from Clifton Church Road or the dirt path.
I believe it was Clifton Church Road. I just
Okay.
gotta.
Whatever the asphalt
Yeah,
road is.
Yeah, I just don't remember what
Well-
that road is, but when you begin to walk in it, you can observe it as you, not too far into it, but you can observe it.
Okay. We're talking 10, 12 yards?
Yes.
And there's no portion of this body that appeared to be buried to you, correct?
No, just laying there,
There was nothing that you observed covering up the body, right?
just the clothes,
Okay. But no limbs, no debris. Right?
leaves.
All right.
Like the natural.
All right. Did it appear that any leaves had been piled on the body?
No.
All right. And you observed the skull detached from the remainder of the body, correct?
Yes,
It's about 7 feet apart.
you can say it, yeah.
Well, is that a close estimate? Do you have a better number?
From what I recall, it was pretty close to the body, but you could tell it was detached from what I.
And that's how it was when you found it,
Yes,
right?
yeah.
You got no information that the two gentlemen that called did anything to the body, right?
No, because they seemed very frightened.
Okay.
You know, wanted to get somebody there to
Sure.
observe what they saw.
All right. And the pictures you viewed, that is how the scene looked when you arrived, right?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you would just be excused.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You're free to go. Call your next witness unless anybody needs a break.
Your Honor, the state calls Chris Harvey.
Okay, is this one of the guys that found William?
Raise your right hand, please, sir. You swear affirm the testimony you give to the court should be the truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Oh,
Give me a hand, state your
apparently
name,
not.
record.
My name is Chris Harvey, CHRISHARVEY.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please tell the jury how it is that you're employed?
I'm currently employed as the Deputy Executive Director of the Georgia Peace Officer Standards and Training Council, also known as POST.
And what does that organization do?
POST is the state agency that certifies and sets training standards for all the peace officers in Georgia. We also investigate officers that are accused of misconduct, things like that.
And how long have you been overseeing that agency?
Since July of 2021.
Back in 1999, were you employed with the DeKalb County Police Department?
I was.
What was your assignment back in 1999?
I was a homicide detective with the DeKalb County Police Department.
How long had you been with DeKalb County at that point?
I started the DeKalb County Police Academy in late 1994. I got graduated from the academy and was certified in May of 1995.
Could you tell the jury a little bit about how the unit was organized back then?
The homicide squad was part of what's called the major felony unit. Major felony unit was divided into basically robbery and assaults. And I was assigned to assaults, which meant anything like an aggravated assault, homicide, shooting, stabbing, anything like that, even up to simple assaults and batteries we would investigate. The robbery side would handle robberies, robberies by force and things like that.
What about remains being located? Would your unit typically respond out to calls like that?
Yes, we would with the medical examiner's office.
Do you recall being called out to a scene back on February 26th of 1999 in a wooded area at the intersection of Clifton Springs and Clifton Church?
I do.
And what sort of response or what sort of call were you responding to?
I think the call was of a body found or a person dead would have been the call. And that would have been the kind of thing that would have prompted a major response from basically anyone in the unit to go out, especially when it was revealed that it may be a child. So I think anybody in the office, whether they were robbery or assaults, probably would have responded to the scene.
Do you remember about how many people might be working on a typical day?
There were probably about 5 or 6 from each group working, so probably 10 to 11, something like that. Plus a couple supervisors.
What about the crime scene unit? Is that a separate unit?
That's a separate unit.
And what is their responsibility?
The crime scene unit's responsibility is to go to a scene and at the direction of the detective or the officer to basically do whatever they're told to do in terms of creating documentation, whether it's taking photographs, recovering physical evidence, taking fingerprints, taking video, any of those things that are going to preserve the details of the crime scene.
And was crime scene taken with you that day?
They responded to the scene also. They didn't go with us necessarily, but they would have certainly responded to that scene, and I remember them being there.
What about the medical examiner?
The medical examiner would come to any scene of a deceased person. And then once we got to the scene, it was the medical examiner's office responsibility to recover the body and do the basic recovery of the body in terms of handling the body. They would always do that in conjunction or coordination with the homicide detectives.
Uh-oh, it looks like they probably finished and they took it down to make any edits that they needed. So, let's see. Hold on a minute. Yeah. Ruh-roh. Hold on a minute. Yep, it's unavailable. Doggone it. Maybe. And sometimes it can take a while before they bring it back up, before it's available again. Because usually what they'll do is once their stream ends, it will excuse me, automatically go to like private or unlisted or whatever, so that it can allow them to go in and take out anything, redact anything that they may have like meant to get rid of. And then it'll be like relisted like right away. So let me see. Let me go look real quick. Yeah, I've got the link, so let me just keep refreshing it. Yeah, now it's saying it's private. So I'll keep this link. I'll keep this link handy. Hold on, let me copy it and paste it over here into my little notes section. Hold on a second, guys. Okay. And they don't usually let them stay down too long. So we'll keep checking it out. And it is 5 o'clock, so it makes sense that it would have ended like now, just because it's 5 o'clock on the East Coast. So I'm pretty sure that this trial is on the East. Well, Georgia, it's Georgia. would be on the East Coast time as well. I think all of Georgia, right? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Chat about what's been talked about so far and then check again. If not, go live again when it's back up if you're available. Yeah. Let me oh, hold on. I almost refreshed my StreamYard. And I don't want to do that. I just want to refresh this page. So I will let me go over and find this link here. Open. And I will share this. I am going to check on the Savannah Soto. I know this is a total curveball here, but I've got like a few tabs going. I have a news article about this case that we're watching, this trial that we're watching. But I have I've been keeping a Twitter stream open to watch for any late breaking news on the Savannah Soto and Matthew Guerra situation, which is the young couple from San Antonio, Texas. And she is pregnant, and they were both killed, and the infant as well. That's a sad situation going on there. And I'm just keep watching for updates after updates after updates. And there have been no arrests yet on that front. Okay, so refresh that one more time, and then we'll head over here. Okay. Share this tab. So Fox 5 Atlanta is one of the local news stations that covered this. And here you can see this is 23 years after death. Investigators identify the boy found in DeKalb County Cemetery, mother arrested. And this is just one of the, like many articles, but DeKalb County, Georgia, more than 20 years after an unknown young boy was found dead in a South DeKalb County cemetery, which they were talking about like on the map there. I couldn't tell, or I missed the detail about how far away that little path was from the actual cemetery. The one witness that was on the stand that was talking about that before the guy that's up there now said, I think he was a little bit like confused and stuff because he didn't know exactly like where everything was at. Or he got turned around easily, I guess. Plus, look how long it's been, right? Georgia law enforcement have made a breakthrough in the mystery of the child's identity and alleged murder. At a press conference Wednesday, the DeKalb County District Attorney identified the boy as 6-year-old William DaShawn Hamilton, a boy who had recently moved to the Atlanta area from Charlotte, North Carolina, with his mother. So that we did hear from Ava, who was the friend. She was the very first witness on the stand. She was the one that said that pretty much gave us all of the information, right? I mean, talked a lot about Teresa Black, the mom, and talked a lot about William, the little boy. And I just keep like envisioning, she said the very first time that they met, they didn't even know each other. And she said, "Hi, handsome." And this little 4-year-old, bigger than nothing, says, "Hi, beautiful." You know, I just thought that was the sweetest little thing. But here it says at a press conference Wednesday, oh wait, we read that part. Press conference Wednesday. I'd like to find that press conference. I'd like to find that press conference. I wonder if that is one of these videos. Here, let's click on this and see if this is the press conference or not.
First of decades-old cold case is solved in DeKalb County. A boy found dead in a DeKalb County cemetery has been identified.
I don't want to play too much of that, and then them like ding me. So I need to try to find where. Here's part of the press conference.
Until now. For decades, there were no hold. Until now.
Black, a 45-year-old woman, is in custody in Arizona, charged with this murder.
At every turn, this case ran cold. Until now. For decades, there were no clues.
I hate when they break the videos up like that so much. Like, I just want to see the press conference. I don't want to see the... So this will be worth a watch. This here. I just don't want to play it all because, like I said, you got to watch Sharon, stuff like that. That's not like live streamed. So... I know, Joanna. That's going to be coming up soon. They said the 22nd of January. It was supposed to have been today. The list was supposed to have been dropped. But, yeah, it was supposed to have been today, but nah. It'll be, I think they said possibly January 22nd. That's going to be a poop storm and a half, right? Okay. Let me go see if I can Google real quick. If I can get my fingers to type right. I'm going to look and see if I can find that press conference real quick. Hold on a second, guys. Thanks for hanging in there with me. Hold on, let me double check here too. If you guys see that this is live. Nope, not yet. Not yet. Hey, Kath, good morning. I'm not well, Kath. I've been sick since Friday night. Yep, not been feeling the best. Mom. Okay, well, we'll look for that later. Hopefully I find it. If not, then, but okay, talked about the press conference here. Okay, and then it says here, every turn this case ran cold. Until now, the district attorney, Sherry Boston, said on February the 26th of 1999, a cemetery worker preparing for a funeral found the boy laying in a field. Investigators discovered someone laid out his body. He had been there for months and his remains had weathered the elements. There were no signs of foul play. So I don't know how they could say no evidence of foul play. I mean, I guess it didn't look like, but how can you not say that? Anyway, it says for decades, no one knew how he died. Investigators nicknamed the child Dennis. No family members or loved ones have come forward to claim the remains or provide crucial details into how he died. So I've heard of that. You hear that all the time whenever you have, you know, like John Does or Jane Does or kids that are, you know, years unsolved, Tammy. This happened back in 1999. He was only identified in, was it 2020? 22? I can't remember now. But yeah. Usually what they do though is they'll like give them a name, because whenever you know, you have I don't know, it's easier to connect. There's connection with, even if it's a, you know, someone that works in a lab or in, especially when it's a kid. I don't even know how to say what I'm trying to say, but when you work in a facility where there is the remains of a child and it's been there forever and ever and ever and no one there to claim it, you tend to have feelings for that. You know what I'm saying? Like, what am I trying to say? Somebody say the words for me. Somebody say the words for me. I don't know. But, so, they named him Dennis, right? Dennis Doe, I guess. I don't know. Double checking on the YouTube video. Still private. Okay. So yeah, here it says they named him Dennis. No family members or loved ones have come forward to claim the remains or provide crucial details into how he died. So, I think back to, we know the mom didn't come forward, right? The dad didn't know that the kid was missing because he hadn't had contact with the kiddo in quite a while. So was Ava the only other, like, family? Friend? I don't know. And, when I'm trying to put the timeline together, so she had taken him out of school, right? So the school wouldn't have been looking for him because he had been taken out, but she hadn't enrolled him into the new school, of course, or else then they would be looking for him, correct? You guys got me? Mom's mother had passed. Her father had moved. Okay. I'm glad you catch those details, Steph, because honestly, I miss a lot of the small details because not only am I trying to pay attention to the story, but I'm checking in on other things, watching the chat, and I miss random things like that. Steph's brain is like very absorbent. Steph absorbs all of the really good stuff. All of the fine details. Okay. So the child, William, they didn't know at the time that it was William DaShawn Hamilton. The child wore dark brown Timberland boots tied with double knots. And I keep hearing that defense lawyer say that, and it just icks me out when he says it. But Timberland boots tied with double knots and donned red jeans and a blue hooded shirt. Due to the age of the remains, because when they found the remains, it was literally, what did they say, like 3 months or something? When they found it. Investigators could not determine a cause of death. They said the child seemed to be well cared for, considering the careful placement of remains by a cemetery. Look at those little boots. I mean, they look like men's big work boots, but when you realize that those came off of a little 5-6-year-old child, it's tough to look at. Tough to look at. If she didn't have a vehicle, how did this body get there? Oh, well, she was, yeah, see, they didn't have here. Okay, Steph's got the good answer. They were homeless. She got a ride from a guy that she was friends with named Miles. And, that's how the last time he said he saw them was at the bus station. Ava said it was the same clothes he was last seen in when they left Charlotte, though. So that makes me think of two things, right? When she said he was wearing the same clothes. The last time Ava saw him, he was wearing the same clothes that he was found in. And two things came to my mind. I'm like, okay, one, either he didn't have anything else to wear, and so he wore those like all the time, or he was killed within a couple of days or a few days of last seeing Ava. I mean, she did say it was a week later when she talked to her, right? She said it was like a week later when she talked to her, and she said, let me talk to my little man, and she's like, oh, well, he's with a friend right now. And she's like, girl, you ain't got no friends there right now. What are you talking about? So, they supposedly slept there. She woke up. He didn't, so she just left him there. Yeah. Okay. I keep coming back over here to refresh this page, and it still shows private. So those were the boots that he was found wearing. Here it says forensic examinations by the DeKalb County Medical Examiner's Office showed the boy's age ranged from 4 to 7 years old. And the child still had some baby teeth. Oh, God. Oh. So I think they did say he was 6. They determined he was 6 years old. Further examinations proved the boy hailed from Georgia or the northern Florida area. In 2019, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children shared a new facial reconstruction that may depict what the boy looked like in life. So here is the facial reconstruction that they did. Looking straight on, and then here, his side profile or whatever you call that. Steph says, yeah, they left in June and he was not with her in December when she came back, right? And she worked as a dancer. Kids weren't allowed. Where would he have been while she was working? I don't think he lived long down there. No, I don't think so either. I don't think so either. That rendering ended up being, and this is the best part, right? This is the best part. And here it says that rendering ended up being the clue that led to a major discovery. In May 2020, okay, so it was 2020, a North Carolina woman reached out to National Center for Missing and Exploited Children saying that they recognized the sketch as William DaShawn Hamilton. So that North Carolina woman would be none other than Ava, who we watched as the first witness. Now, can you just imagine, okay, for a minute, that you have a really good friend and she has a little kiddo, right? And that friend moves away, a couple states over, takes the kid with her, of course, naturally, right? You never see that kid again. And you just know, and you know, and you know, and you know that something is way wrong, right? And I do have questions, though. I do have questions. And maybe this was asked and answered, and I may have missed it, but did Ava ever say anything about doing like a a like a well child, what do you call them? A wellness check. But I know she did lose touch, right? She did lose touch with her. So, after a while, she lost touch. But just think though, 20 years later, just imagine in your head if you were that friend who worried about this little boy, right? And you're just hanging out, watching TV with the family, and all of a sudden you get this flash across your screen of this little boy, and you're like, because it's a dang good representation. Dang good representation of what he looked like. Further investigation confirmed that the fact, and authorities say after decades, they finally were able to call this John Doe by his real name for the first time. I don't even want to show her face there. Investigators say they have identified Hamilton's mother, 45-year-old Teresa Ann Black, as a suspect in his death. On June 28, 2022, a DeKalb County grand jury indicted Black for multiple charges, including felony murder, aggravated assault, concealing the death of another, and cruelty to children. Officials say Black never reported Hamilton missing and left Atlanta shortly after his death. So, yeah. She was actively still looking for him 21 years later. Okay. Good. Yeah, she begged to keep him. And just think, if she was still actively looking for him, can you, imagine all the kids that have people out there that are actively looking that will never get the break like they got, or get it later than 20 years. You know what I mean? But that's her. That's the mama. That's the mama. Here it says the day after the indictment, deputies arrested Black in Phoenix, Arizona, where she resides. She's now in custody, waiting to be extradited to DeKalb County. Now this was written on, what was the date? Let me go back up here and look. July 13th of 2022. I'm gonna have to let my dog out. Hold on just a second. She's over here scratching at the door. I know. Not the mama. Ava was more of the mama, exactly, right? Hold on just a second. I'm gonna have to let the dog out because she's like needing to go to the potty. I will be RB. Be right back, guys. Okay, guys, sorry. I went ahead and took a wee break while I was letting her wee. So, let's see, where were we? Oh, here we go. Authorities believe that during her time in the Atlanta area, Teresa Black worked at the former Pleasers Gentlemen's Club on Cleveland Avenue and stayed at the Atlanta Day Shelter for Women from 1998 to 1999. And then here it says anyone who may have interested. Oh, wait. They are asking anyone who may have interested. They mean information, right? Am I reading that completely wrong? They are asking anyone who may have interested with Black or Hamilton to call. I'm sure they meant that has information. To call blah, 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 blah. DeKalb County cold case investigators. Angeline Hartman. That was that reporter's name right there. Yes. Here we go. Okay, I knew her name started with an A. Interacted. Thank you, Steph. Thank you. Interacted with. All right. Former Fox 5 News reporter Angeline Hartman has covered the story since the day the boy was found. She was the first reporter on the scene and continued to investigate the case with America's Most Wanted and the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. So, I know I saw a picture. There's a picture of Angeline Hartman holding like the picture that's in the thumbnail of the actual picture of William and the like generated picture of him that the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children made, like side by side, and she was holding like a big picture of that. That was a pretty cool photo. Let's see here. It says 3 years ago, Hartman released the podcast Inside Crime with Angeline Hartman on the 20th anniversary of the cold case, trying to crack open the details of the decades-old mystery in the hopes that someone out there knew something that could help solve the mystery. Hartman, who was at the Wednesday news conference Wednesday, was in tears, thanking investigators for putting up for me for all these years. Here we go. Hartman said the tipster, identified only as Ava, told her that she was very close to Black and Hamilton while they lived in North Carolina and often took care of him. You can tell through these next few sentences, you kind of get the same feeling that you do when Ava was up on the stand talking about William, because she just smiled. You could tell she loved that little boy big time. Okay. Here it says she described Hamilton as a fun, witty, and intelligent boy who loved to dance. He liked to crack jokes, said Ava. He did like to draw a lot, color, mainly read books. He didn't want you to read to him. He wanted to read to you. She did say on the stand that he would read an encyclopedia to you. And she said he said words, big words. And he hadn't even been to school yet. I just thought that was super cute. Super cute. I keep checking back on this YouTube stream. But it looks like they've still got it privated. So, here it says investigators say Black returned to Charlotte without Hamilton and had different stories about where he was. Of course she did. According to investigators, Teresa left Charlotte, North Carolina with William, but she returned without him. And investigators say she had different stories about where William was. For more than 20 years, the tipster, Ava, wondered what happened to William, and she always felt that something wasn't right. She made it her personal mission to find him, Hartman said. And that's the end of that article. Man.
Grand jury returned an indictment against Black on charges of felony murder, aggravated assault, cruelty to children, and concealing the death of another.
It's been an emotional roller coaster ever since I got the word, because while I am so happy that we finally have answers, it's so sad.
That was the Angelina Hartman.
So according to the DeKalb DA, the mother of William DaShawn Hamilton allegedly killed her son just a...
Portia, thanks.
Wow. Let's see about this one.
Good morning.
Morning.
I am Sherry Boston, DeKalb County District Attorney. I want to thank you for joining us.
Thank you, DA.
I am here today to announce a major development in a DeKalb County cold case death dating back more than 20 years.
I know all of us feel very connected.
On February
to
26th
so
of
many
1999, the remains of a young child were found in a small wooded area at the corner of Clifton Springs Road.
Investigators before now
Okay, wait a minute. Why am I getting multiple?
who brought us to this day. Thank you for putting up with me over the years. We always knew that there were answers out there.
Hold on a minute. Why am I
As
getting
you know,
like two?
breaking this case happened when someone called.
Oh,
the
okay.
National
I got it.
Center.
I see. Hold on, guys. Hold on.
I know all of us feel very.
Okay. I was like, wait a minute. There's two different things going on. This is the actual press release here. I found it. But the video that I had played before up at the top, further up on the top of the page, that one was still, had switched over to a new video. And I was like, wait a minute, what is that? No, what is that coming from? Okay, so, but this is it looks like this is the press release. So, okay.
And Clifton Spring Church Road near a cemetery. The child's body was badly decomposed.
I'm going to rewind it and start it over.
Unrecognizable and unidentifiable. After an autopsy, the DeKalb County...
Because,
Good morning. Good morning.
Okay.
Morning.
I am Sherry Boston, DeKalb County District Attorney. I want to thank you for joining us. I am here today to announce a major development in a DeKalb County cold case death dating back more than 20 years. On February 26th of 1999, the remains of a young child were found in a small wooded area at the corner of Clifton Springs Road and Clifton Spring Church Road near a cemetery. The child's body was badly decomposed, making him unrecognizable and unidentifiable. After an autopsy, the DeKalb County Medical Examiner's Office was able to conclude that the remains belong to an African American child between the ages of 5 and 7. It was estimated that he had been deceased for 3 to 6 months prior to being found. Exactly who was this child and what happened to him? Those are the questions that would resonate throughout the years. Detectives hoped that the white and blue plaid shirt, red denim jeans, and brown Timberland boots he wore would lead to his identity. Instead, they became symbols of a tragic mystery. No name, no familial or geographic identity, no missing child reports. The victim became known as young John Doe, or sometimes referred to Clifton Doe, named after the area he was found. There would be memorial services throughout the years, artist renderings, and pleas for the public's help for answers to no avail. At every turn, this case ran cold, until now. In May of 2020, a tipster recognized the victim through an updated artist rendering provided by the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Today, John Clifton Doe has been identified as William DaShawn Hamilton, a 6-year-old child from Charlotte, North Carolina, who had recently relocated to Atlanta with his mother shortly before his death. Following the tip to the National Center, further investigation and DNA testing ensued, leading not only to William's identification, but to clues surrounding his death and the alleged suspect in his killing, his mother, 45-year-old Teresa Bailey Black. On June 28th of 2022, a DeKalb County grand jury returned an indictment against Black on charges of felony murder, aggravated assault, cruelty to children, and concealing the death of another in connection with the death of young William. Defendant Black was arrested on June 29th of 2022 in Phoenix, Arizona, where she resides. She is awaiting extradition to DeKalb County. Once here, she will be arraigned, and the case will be set for trial at a date to be determined. Because this is an open and pending case, we can't go into many specifics, but I can offer this timeline based on our investigation. December of 1998, William Hamilton is withdrawn from school in Charlotte. February of 1999, an unidentified child's body is found in a wooded area in DeKalb County. May of 2020, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children receives a tip regarding the unidentified remains. February 2022, Teresa Bailey Black is identified as a suspect. February of 2022, the unidentified remains are identified as 6-year-old William Hamilton. June of 2022, Teresa Bailey Black is indicted and then arrested in Phoenix, Arizona. We are currently seeking the public's assistance. According to the investigation, Teresa Bailey briefly worked at an establishment in Atlanta known as Pleasers and may have been obtaining assistance from the Atlanta Day Shelter for Women and Children. We are asking anyone who may have known or interacted with Miss Bailey or with young William during that time here in the metro area in 1998 or 1999 to please call our cold case tip line. You can remain anonymous. That number is 404-371-2444. While this is the beginning of the criminal aspect of this case, it brings to close decades. We would not be here today without the dogged determination of so many dedicated partners. But let me start with my team. Thank you to Lance Cross, Director of our Major Crimes Unit, Shannon Hodder, Deputy Chief Assistant District Attorney in our Trial Division, and Supervising Investigator Matt McClendon for believing in this case and leaving no stone unturned. They have poured countless hours into this investigation and will lead the prosecution of this case. Also,
And even though we had hoped it would happen all this time, it's still hard to believe that we're really here. And we're just so
of so many dedicated partners. But let me start with my team. Thank you to Lance Cross, Director of our Major Crimes Unit, Shannon Hodder, Deputy Chief Assistant District Attorney in our Trial Division, and Supervising Investigator Matt McClendon for believing in this case and leaving no stone unturned.
Sorry, guys, I
They
made the
have
screen
poured
big,
countless hours
and
into this
I don't remember
investigation
where I
and will
stopped at
lead the
when I had to
prosecution
rewind it
of
back
this case.
to make the screen full screen.
A special mention to Senior Assistant District Attorney Agatha Romanowski and Senior Investigator Crispin Henry with our Saki team for their preliminary work on this case. Thank you to the DeKalb County Police Department, specifically Chris Harvey, who served as the lead investigator on this case in 1999. He now serves as the Deputy Director with the Georgia Peace Officer Standards and Training Council, or POST. Also, Lieutenant Adam Quigley, who is currently working the investigation with our team and lending his expertise and equal amounts of passion and determination to uncovering the truth and obtaining justice for William. You'll hear from representatives in just a moment, but let me also thank the DeKalb County Medical Examiner's Office and the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Before I turn this podium over, allow me to extend a huge debt of gratitude to you, the public, for keeping this case on your hearts and on your minds for decades. We look forward to bringing justice on behalf of William DaShawn Hamilton, an unknown name and face no more. I'd like now to invite our partners up for a few remarks before answering any questions. First, Director Pat Bailey with the DeKalb County Medical Examiner's Office.
Good morning, Madam DA, to my DeKalb partners. This is a great day for our office. The medical examiner has not let this case rest over the past 23 years. I was shaken when we got a name. We developed a nickname for him in our office. We called him Dennis, just to give the child a name. And now, we'll rest in peace. I appreciate the hard work and the dedication, and I look forward to anything the ME's office can provide to provide in the assistance of prosecution. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Bailey. And finally, I'd like to invite to the podium Angeline Hartman, Communications Director for the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, the agency that received the tip that was critical to helping us break this case. But Angeline has a very special connection to this case. She was a local reporter on the scene when young William's body was recovered. She covered the story extensively while here and on a national platform with America's Most Wanted and on her podcast, Inside Crime. The point is that Angeline has never forgotten this case and has done her best to keep it in the public forefront. We appreciate her dedication to seeking answers and helping us pursue justice. Angeline.
Well, you know I have to hug you guys. Wow. Thank you, DA Boston, for those very kind words. That's so special to me. And I know all of us feel very connected to William. So many people feel very connected to William. I just want to say thank you to you and your team and all of the investigators before now who brought us to this day. Thank you for putting up with me over the years. We always knew that there were answers out there. As you know, the break in this case happened when someone called the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children after seeing that reconstruction photo. We know that images like this work, and that's why we ask people to take the time, just take a moment out of your day to look. You never know when you're going to be that one person. It just takes one call. In this case, the woman who called the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children knew William, and she knew William's mother very well. For more than 20 years, she wondered what happened to William. And she always felt that something wasn't right. She made it her personal mission to find him. And when I say she made it her personal mission, that is not an understatement. She was actively searching for William every single day. I spent the day with her on Monday, and I want to share with you some of the things that she said about William in her own words. William was like a shining star. William was fun. He liked to draw and read books. He didn't want you to read to him. He wanted to read to you. But William didn't want to read children's books. He liked to read the dictionary and the encyclopedia. And when he read, William wanted you to sit up and listen to him. William was going to grow up to be somebody. I so wanted him to be alive. I wanted William to know that I never stopped looking for him. I loved William. Her name is Ava. She prefers to keep her last name private. His name was William DaShawn Hamilton.
Thank you, Angeline. And thanks to all of you. We'll now open the floor to questions.
There's so many other cases, and just like Angeline was saying, the importance of coming forward. Can you speak a little bit about, the difference that really makes in a case like this and so many others?
In this case, we would have never been able to identify William nor seek justice without someone from the public coming forward. I mean, for years, we were unable to identify him, to give him his name, to say his name, let alone seek justice. So this is an example, and we say this to the public, tips are so meaningful. They mean something whether it's a tip or the day after something happens or 20 years later. It makes a difference.
And now that we're at this point, finally have some closure, how will the prosecution move forward? Is that going to really come down to these people continuing to call in and give information to help build the case, hopefully?
Well, we are prepared, and the grand jury indicted this case with what we've been able to uncover with our investigation. But obviously, anyone that saw anything in 1998 or 1999 that knew Teresa Bailey, now Black, or recognizes William now that we've identified him, we want to hear from them. That's why this tip line is so important. Anybody that might have witnessed anything during that time period could provide critical additional information that will be essential in the prosecution of this case.
Tell us what the arrest made in Phoenix. When had she left, or I guess moved away from the DeKalb County area? And do you have any details? I don't know if anyone from your office was present for that arrest. Did she say anything? Was anything learned during that process?
So because this is an ongoing case and we are getting ready to pursue this in court, we cannot give any information about what she may or may not have said during the investigation and during her arrest. But we look forward to those facts coming out in court.
Can you at least comment on when she left the DeKalb, I guess moved away from the DeKalb County area and started living elsewhere?
We believe that she left DeKalb almost immediately after William's death.
And was he ever reported missing? Was he ever on a registry or anything?
No.
And as far as IDing him, was it simply through that tipster, I think you might have mentioned it, was there anything with DNA evidence here, and sort of, was that only possible with, current evidence or technology? Would this have been possible, 5, 10, 15 years ago?
Once we had a name and he was identified and we could figure out who his parents were, that's when we were able to obtain DNA to establish that the remains that we had were in fact William DaShawn Hamilton.
Did that DNA, there was that sweatshirt, those boots, all that clothing that was, shown quite often over the years. Was the DNA pulled from those items?
Actually from his skeletal remains.
And
our apologies for being a bit late, but can you revisit the circumstances surrounding his death?
Well, the circumstances are is that his body was found decomposed in a shallow grave in a wooded area at Clifton Springs and Clifton Church Springs Road in DeKalb back in 1998, 99.
And do you know how long his body had been in that shallow grave?
We believe that it had been in the grave for several months when he was located, based on the decomposition of the body at that time.
And beyond this tipster, back in 1999, was there, I don't know, William's father, other family members, other people close to him that were searching for him, that reported William as missing in some jurisdiction, to sort of, it seems, sort of, was the mom the only one that knew him?
William was not reported missing. And so therefore, no one was necessarily looking for him. What we know is that people ask questions, but he was not declared a missing child at that point. So when we discovered his body, when police started their investigation, we had no idea whom this child was. And so imagine the search radius when you are trying to identify a child that has not yet, in fact, been declared missing. It's like searching for a needle in a haystack.
Especially with them having just moved. Do we know what brought them to the DeKalb County area when they moved?
We do not that I can share right now. And we're of course looking for more information for the short period of time that Miss Bailey, at the time, now Miss Black, lived in the area.
And the investigation definitely pointed to this being a homicide and not a death of any natural causes or anything.
Yes, we have a reason to believe that it is a homicide.
Okay, Angeline, question for you.
Sure.
What about this case that you never stop? We have covered, you and George Most Wanted together, a lot of cases, but tell me, what about this one here?
I mean, I think from day one, this case bothered anybody who knew about it. Those who were out at the scene, whether they were investigators or the media. When you hear about a child, especially at that time, we didn't know how young, but we knew that it had to be a child because of just from what we saw at the scene, right? We knew that this was a young person. And anytime something like this happens involving a young person, that just hits you. And now, over the years, to know, we just kept trying and develop more information, and to see these composites, to see these images, I felt closer to him over the years. And I know we all cared for him in a special way, but that connection, I can't explain it. I think we all feel it. And today is a day that we had hoped would happen. And even though we had hoped it would happen all this time, it's still hard to believe that we're really here. And we're just so grateful to everybody who worked so hard on this.
Quick question out of curiosity, was William Teresa's only child?
I'm not going to comment right now on who Teresa Bailey Black is now. Again, I think that'll be information that will come out during the trial. All right. Thank you so much for being here.
All right. That was pretty interesting to see. Tammy says, wonder where her family, anyone didn't know this child was missing. Well, like she had said, hold on, let me put myself back up here. Hi. But yeah, they apparently did not have a very big family, and she, left and moved from, one state to a couple states away. To some Atlanta or somewhere in Georgia. I think it was Atlanta. I can't remember. Yeah, I think it was Atlanta. And then Tammy says, didn't they use DNA, family ancestor DNA? Yeah, I don't know exactly. I know that they did compare the biological father's DNA to the remains, and it was a match. How could she go that many years living and looking at herself in the mirror? I know, but I don't know. It looks like that they still have not, that video is still privated. So you guys, I think what I'm going to do is we may, I don't know. Let me go look real quick on, let me go real quick and look and see if I can find, information about when they're planning to start tomorrow. Na, 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 na. Oh wow. Looks like Jeremy Best, from Idaho. He's the dude that was charged with murder of his wife and her unborn baby and their 10-month-old son. Pleaded not guilty today. And looks like he has the same attorney as Lori Vallow, Jim Archibald. Look at that. Interesting. I'm not seeing anything about when this one will resume. Tomorrow, but I would assume that it would be oh, okay. I see what happened. Way to go, cameraman. There was a camera slip. Looks like, yeah. Tammy says, after your doctor's appointment. Really? Really, Tammy? You gonna call me out like that? It looks like that's why they took the video down, was because the camera person apparently accidentally caught the jurors. So they're probably editing that out. And when they have to edit stuff like that out, sometimes it can take a while before it is re-uploaded. Like, it can take a while because it's an 8-hour plus long stream that they have to re-upload, you know? So, not sure what time They will be opening tomorrow, hopefully. Let me run over here and check one more person out real quick and see. I don't see anything here either. Goodness gracious. Okay, yeah. All right. So I think what I'm going to do is go ahead and call it a night, since it is 20 after 6. I know I got started late, but yeah, husband has been home from work for a little bit. We're loving the first shift. He's back on first shift. Yay. Thank you, Jesus, for that. Oh, but anyway, he's back on first shift, and yeah. So I'm gonna go see what we're gonna have for dinner, and see what else we can get into this evening. But what we will plan on doing is I will keep an eye out on this one, and we can start it in the morning, and then try to get caught up as quick as we can. So but yeah, I'll plan on being back here 9, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time in the morning. That should work. Will that work for you guys? Hey, Kel. Are you back, hon? We're getting ready to head out of here. Getting ready to head out for the day. But yeah, I'll plan on being back tomorrow about 9 or 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So, and we'll try to get caught up. So, but before we go, I would love for you guys to give the video a big thumbs up before you skedaddle out the door. Billy says yes, 9 or 10 PST. Yeah. Eastern, Billy. Eastern. Oh my gosh. But you guys, yeah, I will plan on seeing you in the morning, and we'll scurry along and try to get through things as quick as we can and stuff like that. So I appreciate you hanging out with me. I'm going to go rest this voice, and see you in the morning, okay? I love you guys. Have a great night. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.